Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Hello, Cara. Hello, Liz Lobby. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Z Castle, I am feeling okay. I'm actually not super thrilled with how my makeup turned out, but I made a choice and now I have to stick to it. So, what are you gonna do? Thank you, Amber. It is one of my and thank you, Starlight Kappa, for joining. Just 1 second. There we go. Oh, Mace, thank you. I appreciate that. You look really good tonight. Thank you. I actually just changed out of a different outfit because the one I had I didn't actually care for either. Do I have my tea? Universal Queen Fern. My tea is literally heating up right now. I have my water. Izuku, or I guess Callie. Callie. I will try to remember that. There are 141 people in here. It's a lot to remember. Universal Queen Fern, thank you very much for popping off with the goats. And oh, Mace, I love your glasses. Thank you. They're just blue light glasses. A lot of people say they love them, but they're just blue light glasses. Turtle Boom, thank you very much, has resubscribed for Tier 1 for 5 months. Goodness gracious, made it to stream start. Woo! Oh, Trans Girl Jade, the email is in the About page on my YouTube. Mockingbird, I unfortunately am not in the financial position to pledge to a Patreon to get access to the Discord, but I would if I could. Much love. Mockingbird, I completely, absolutely, totally understand, and honestly, sorry, I have hiccups now. I may open the Discord up at some point. Right now, it's just for patrons, because I need to give patrons some kind of extra benefit. They don't have a whole lot right now, except for just like my thanks and appreciation. Like, there's not a lot I'm able to offer my patron donators, which is rough because they pay my rent basically now. So yeah, I am squished to the side, Chris DeLaurentis, and that is because I guess I can unsquish myself a little bit here. There, be slightly less squished. Yeah, Robbie Briggs, imagine going to Auschwitz for a PR stunt. Imagine that. Imagine that. DoXDo on YouTube, thank you very much. Big fan of the YouTube videos. I appreciate that. Nerd with a Suit is back. Nerd with a Suit, you missed last night where I showed off. Last night I did my... I showed off basically all of my old comedy bits. All of my old stand-up comedy bits. And you missed my He-Man joke among them, which I think you would have really appreciated. It's totally okay. If you want, the whole stream is still up on... Oh, thank you, Simone, one last name. Oh, Mace, no, I am not streaming daily. I just need to get my streaming hours up for the week. And tomorrow I have a spot at an open mic, so I won't be streaming. And then Thursday and Friday I'm busy. So I am trying to get my streaming hours in for the week. And then I also didn't stream enough last week. And I have to keep up my stream hours for Twitch. Also, Twitch is starting to take off more, so I feel a need to stream. I'm really trying to hit at least 2 to 3 hours a week, guys. Really trying. Amy does art. That creature on the article pic is freaking me out. You mean Lamb Chop, or you mean Elon Musk? Because if it's Lamb Chop, how dare you? If it's Elon Musk, I understand. And let me actually check the... I haven't checked today, but I have a feeling the stickers might be live if anybody wants to go buy them. Give me just 1 second. Hey dog, can you not? Okay, that's why. All right. No, stickers will hopefully be ready tomorrow. So, not yet. But I'm going to go grab my tea real quick, and then we will spill the tea on this. Pride Angel, thank you very much for following. And Killer Rev Man, thank you also for following. Dog has a nice voice. Quizly, and thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Goodness gracious. All right, I'll be right back. Yes, you're being so woofy. Why are you woofing? Okay. Dog should be voice acting too. Oh, Stormfire Twister, thank you very much. It's weird how I am now, because I used to watch people's like streamers, old streams in the background of doing stuff, and it's very weird. Killer Rev Man, it depends on what it is, but keep it, relatively PG-13. Yes, Patch of Clover. Speaking of She-Ra, anyone have opinions on the Masters of the Universe? Wait, who was speaking of She-Ra? Who was talking about She-Ra? Medieval She-Ra. Hang on, now I'm scrolling back up through the chat. Oh, Medieval She-Ra. Okay, Nerd with a Suit. You were talking about She-Ra. All right. I liked Revelation quite a bit. I actually have this. Yeah, she's right here. I have my Mattel buff hot mommy Evil Lynn figure from Revelation. So I liked that Revelation show quite a bit. Enough to get a toy of it, at least. Yeah, Amy does art. And speaking of She-Ra and Nerd with a Suit, I was showing this off last night too. I think I've already showed it off though. But my little Hordak imp from this is one of the only toys from the Netflix She-Ra that made it to market. And I love my little baby imp. Just sitting back here, sitting with my Double Trouble plush, which you guys can all see my Double Trouble plushie back there next to my Tron identity disc. Are you talking about Resident Evil Revelations? No, we're talking about Masters of the Universe Revelations. What else do I got back here? I got a bunch of stuff. I moved some stuff around because I got a new... Do we want to just have our toy corner now? And then go into the Elon stuff? Because I think people are still coming in. And I don't want to do... Because what I did also have my, this is my vintage Gen 1 Soundwave, and he's a little banged up, but and he's not complete, but he does have the head, and he does have a working hatch, kind of. You have to wedge it a little bit. Oh, come on. I thought it works. Yeah, there it goes. And then you put a little cassette in there, and then you... Yeah. Because where's the maker's mark on this bad boy? There it is. Yeah, 1983. So this Transformer is, damn, this is 40 years old this year? Damn. I know, he's in pretty good condition. You can see he still has a lot of the original stickers and everything. I got this boy really recently, actually, at a toy convention. I talked to the guy down to, I think, 30. Because it wasn't complete, but he is otherwise in really good condition. And you forget how many of the early Transformers are like real metal. Like this is real metal. Like you could hurt somebody with this. Like it's ridiculous. Yeah, I love Soundwave, so I'm so glad I have that baby boy on my shelf. And then what else? There's something else I wanted to. Do we want to see the Super 7 Destroyer that I got today? Oh yeah, Salty Llama. Like, I don't understand the point of a Soundwave figure that doesn't turn into some kind of auditory device. Like, this one turns into a Walkman, which is so good. I love the Walkman design is perfect. Like, if it turns into a Sound Blaster or a Beatbox, like any of that stuff, great. If you have a Soundwave Transformer that turns into a tank, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, what's even the point? Chris DeLaurentis, I saw a Titans Return Soundwave for the first time. I kind of like it. It had the wrong head, so I didn't get it, but I kind of like it. I also kind of really like, and I've been considering, I don't have any room for it, and so I shouldn't. Like, I'm not going to, but I really like that G.I. Joe Soundwave collab they did. Like last year, the 2022, I think it was 2022. Because that one was really great. Oh, Mace, I think there was a working Walkman. Let me actually look that up real quick. I would swear there was a... Yeah. Yep, there absolutely was. A like working Walkman. It was more of just like a Walkman what they put like arms on, if I remember correctly. Anyway. Yeah, let me show off Destroyer real quick. We're still waiting for a couple people to get in here, and then we will start right on the thing. Let me actually... I don't want to show my tummy to the camera. So I was talking about this yesterday because this one had been delayed in flight for so long, or in shipping for so long. But this is the Super 7 Godzilla vs. Destroyer figure. And after I saw Ultrazilla's review, I was like, damn, I wish I would have pre-ordered it. And then they went and put it on sale. And so I got it for the lowest price I'm ever going to get it, with free shipping, from Entertainment Earth, which I don't usually even buy from Entertainment Earth at all. And so this was I'm a big bad toy store girl, and this is a just ridiculously cool. Let me put on the big. This figure is so like awesome. I'm a big fan of Godzilla vs. Destroyer in '95. We were just talking about it last night, and it's one of my favorite Godzilla movies. And I haven't ever bought a Destroya figure because I've never been able to find a figure that offers a good balance of like posability and detail, which is what I want. And this does that, I think, the best you can do while also being like big. Like it is a good hefty chonky boy without also being like Super 7 size, being like absurdly large. But no, this is a really great figure. Came with different heads, so the thing is, because there's so many spikes and stuff all over like the carapace, it is so like it's actually kind of painful to handle, and like because you have to put like plug the tail in and get the head off and stuff. And the head, I don't know if you guys can see it, but he has these little mandibles right here, which first the paint job on those is phenomenal. But like this thing right here, the actual horn is like, I don't know if there's like a metal inside there or something, but it is so like you could, if you needed to, you could really kill someone with this. Like it is ridiculously hardy, which is awesome, which is good. Like that's I was really worried, and I've heard not great things about just like a lot of Super 7 figures and Super 7 Ultimates, but thus far, batting like 2 for 3 on really great figures from the Super 7 Ultimates. And he goes with my Melting Godzilla right back here. They're a complete set. So yeah, this boy, if you needed to. Mockingbird, you never know. You never know. But he's got like spikies all over him. Like you can see like all over the legs and tail and the arms. Like he is just spiky, which is he just looks metal as fuck. Just metal as fuck, bro. So yeah, that's my Destroya minute. As my new hotness. What else do I got here? I guess this bad boy. No prizes if anybody can tell me what this is, but this is a original from 1982 that I've wanted to. I've wanted a toy from the original 1982 line for. Like, I mean, literally since I was a child. And they are usually so prohibitively expensive. Especially the figures. Like, if you find, like, a mint Sark or something, those are ridiculously expensive. But I got this one. It doesn't come with the ripcord. But this is a vintage 82 Takara Tomy Tron Light Cycle that is it's a tape dispenser. It is not a tape dispenser. Destroya? His name is Destroya. I am so disappointed in the new movie as Jared Leto. Tell me about it. And I got this in really good shape and for a ridiculous price because one of the local, if you can believe it, with all my toys, I know all the local toy shop owners, and I traded some stuff into him, and he gave me a great, I basically traded for this, which made me very happy. And right next to it, I actually have my... Do I have my thing inside of it? No. But I have my Tron Legacy Flynn Light Cycle. So I have this one is from the Legacy movie, this one's from the original, and I can keep them side by side. Now, what else do I have here? I've shown off Jeff, I've shown off my Lego skull. Oh, yeah. I've not shown off this. This is another hot banger of mine. One of my favorites from the Resurus Duke Nukem line. Trans-sensory overloading pod. Do I have any Conan stuff? I do not. I've never been big on Conan. And there's no real reason. Like, I like the movies and everything, but it just didn't get me. I'm hoping to get Curd Neural. I'm hoping to get an identity disc for my 21st birthday. Give me a second. I keep it in my background at all times. Here's my identity disc. I don't think it has There's no way it still has batteries. Yeah, it doesn't still have batteries, but here's my identity disk. Hold on, Duke Nukem has a toy line. Where do I toss my money? I would take a Tron soundtrack. Steal all those. Over my dead body. You have to get through my identity disk first. No, I love this thing. I got it when the movie came out, and I was actually in high school, but I was such a Tron fan that I asked for like Tron toys for Christmas from my mom, and my mom was like, "Are you?" Because I wasn't into collectibles and stuff in high school, you know. But my mom knew how much I loved Tron, and I was like, no, I really, no cap, I want okay, we got people who don't know about the goodness of the Duke Nukem toy line. Goodness gracious. All right, give me a second then. Because I got two baddies right here. These are reclaimed from... This one doesn't have any accessories with it, so I gave him a... This is the double shotgun from the Quake 2 action figure line. So here's the pig cop. Right there. And this one actually has his tail intact, which is a really hard one to find. And I have him on my shelf. I have him hanging out too. Speaking of Nerd with a Suit, speaking of When Worlds Collide, I have my pig cop hanging out with Master Chief, who has a Gears of War Lancer. And yeah, Transgirl Jade, these are Astro headphones. They're the only headphones I have. And then here is the Duke Nukem figure that is from the same line. And he has this freeze ray, he has two SMGs, and he has the destroyer on the back. So yes. My mom keeps trying to convince me I'm too old to buy Transformers and Legos and shit. Keeps getting annoying. Getting kind of annoying, but she still buys them for me for Christmas, so I think I'm winning. You're definitely winning. You're definitely winning. Yeah, no, like... Well, I guess it depends on how old you are. Because here's the thing. Duke Nukem had toys. I don't know. Let me go read. On the back of this box. 1997 was the year the toy line came out. And it was just 5 figures. There was one that was like I think it was a con exclusive. But if you look, you have Duke Nukem, you have Night Strike Duke, Octobrain, Pig Cop, and Battle Lord. And just look at this, like, look at the 90s goodness on this box design. Like, look at all the different fonts. Oh, so good. Hell yeah. Let's go. That's my Octobrain. Okay. Yeah, nobody's too old for toys. All right, I'm going to go put Duke in the Pig Cop back real quick. I was going to bring over... Hello, dog. Hello, dog. Dog. All right, give me a second. Hey, lady. That was just rude. Stop it. Come here. Come say hi. Come say hi. Come say hi. Are you done? Okay, I will put you in kitchen. I will put you in timeout. Yes, I will. That's what I thought. Aw, thank you very much. I look stunning, buzzcut season. Thank you. I don't know about stunning, but I appreciate it. Puppy want attention. Puppy always want. This dog always wants attention. It's so funny because, yeah, I'm sorry, Dog Shark. I wish. Is that a husky? No, she is not a husky. She has husky, she has husky attitude sometimes. But she doesn't woo, 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 woo enough for being a husky. Okay. Oh, not puppy jail. I swear that dog said no you won't. She, huh. Do I prefer cats or dogs? Killer of a man. I love cats and dogs. I love both. Like I couldn't choose between my cat and my dog. Like if gun to my head, if somebody asked me to choose between my dog or my cat, I would just die. I would just die. Will do, Trans Girl Jade. I will try and look at it tomorrow. Daryl Lumi, thank you very much for subbing at tier 1. Are there any other toys I wanted to look at? Did we want to show off my Dead Space toys? No. Unless... show off my Dead Space toys and my Resident Evil toys. Shabiri as well. I would never tease. I don't tease. Okay, I will go get my Dead Space toys real quick. Be right back. No. Okay, so these are my... Actually, the Necromorph is... While we're talking about toys and stuff, the Necromorph is one of my newer additions to the collection. He doesn't stand up great because his legs are kind of meant to be busted, like because he's walking like that. But this is the NECA 2011 Dead Space Necromorph, and I love this figure so much. I got it at a toy show last year for basically half of what the asking price, what the guy wanted for it, and I don't remember what he wanted for it, but I managed to. I came back around. It hadn't sold, and I got it for way cheaper than you're gonna get on eBay for one of these. And these things regularly sell for around $100 just for these, and I got it for far less than that. And of course, I can't have that without my Isaac. And the cool thing about this one is the person who owned it didn't know on eBay, didn't know if it was complete. So I got it for basically half off. And not only is it complete, but it also works. Like the light up on the back still completely works. The light up on the front of the suit still absolutely works. It's complete with the gun and everything, the plasma cutter. And the plasma cutter you can even pose to be like, straightforward to the side, whatever you want. This is just a really dang cool figure. And he's even got the little thing on his hand for the objective marker. Isaac does not have stomping action. He does not have stomping action, unfortunately. He does have you can get a pretty good boot range in there, but he's not so this was before NECA was as big as they are now. So some of these figures, the articulation is really limited. The head just goes back and forth. And that might also be a factor of the light up function. Yeah. All right, so I'll show those off, and then I'll go grab my Resident Evil ones real quick. And I have my... So funny stories behind these ones. So this is the Dr. Birkin from Resident Evil 2, and this is just a Toy Biz one from the late 80s, late 90s, which I really like this toy. It doesn't really work anymore, but the gimmick was that it has a little swivel on the back, and you could, if you wanted to, move the eyeball around, which I think we can still, yeah, you can kind of move it a little bit, like just a little. And this, I love this guy. I got this guy in a lot of figures from Goodwill, like last year, I think. So this is a great example of, if you are looking for collectibles and you want to, like, Goodwill and thrift stores, baby. I've literally found hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of Bionicles and Legos and restored them and resold them from Value Village and Goodwill. And the other two are these ones. And these are and these actually have a really fun story behind them, because these are just like two of the zombies. I think this is one of them from the, again, from the Toy Biz, like 90s Resident Evil sets. And here's a Umbrella worker zombie and one of the X-Stars member zombies. These are great because these were a gift from one of the writers of Silent Hill Homecoming. Because if you guys don't know, I am still making one. But I made, for a long time, the biggest thing on my channel were documentaries I used to make on a bunch of, like, just horror games, overlooked cult classic games. And one of them I did was I ended up talking to the writers of Silent Hill Homecoming when I was making a documentary on the making of Silent Hill Homecoming. And we became friends on Twitter before my old account got and what was I doing? I was showing off toy photography, and he DM'd me. He's like, hey, I have these figures that I got for, like, way back in the day. I was just going to send them off to a thrift store, and I was like, oh my God, I will pay for shipping. And he sent them to me for free. So this is, yeah, these are kind of near and dear to my heart because they are from the creator of one of the writers of Silent Hill Homecoming, which is just a fun little weird, dumb crossover with toys. Okay. Now, I think that's about enough of that. Hope everybody is satisfied. Can we add Lady D to the list? I have a painting of Lady D, or a painting. I have an art print I bought of Lady Dimitrescu that sits right over my desk. Oh, Serpentis, the Pinhead NECA is nice. It's nice. I have my Pinhead NECA, well, I guess, is it the old Pinhead NECA from, like, the early 2000s, or is it the Ultimate Hellraiser? Because I actually have my Ultimate Hellraiser Pinhead, like, right over there. Tristan, we've been just talking about toys. Logan Mansion, stop it. I'm gonna go get. I just bought. No, I was at a thrift store, and the Logan Mansion games, I like the Transformers X Star Wars crossover toys. I literally just bought last week, 2 weeks ago, for $3, a, like, complete Yoda Transformer, which is ridiculous. It's so dumb. Yeah, Serpentis, that would be the new one. But that's a hell of a show. Yeah, Patrick Clover, have I read any Clive Barker? I have. Where's my... I'd have to dig for it, so I'm not going to do that. But I have like Books of Blood Volume 1 and 2 like right behind me on the shelf. And then I have some digital stuff, and I've read a lot of his comics. And then I'm slowly working my way through the Scarlet Gospels. Can we get a peek at the Yoda Transformer? Fine. All right, but last toy we're looking at, okay? We're not going to go down like a Star Wars rabbit hole and then I show off my whole Star Wars collection. So, last Star Wars toy. All right, so this is the Star Wars Yoda Transformer, and he transforms into like some kind of it's not a Republic dropship. It might be a ship that they made. It's either from Clone Wars or something. It's like an obscure ship that I don't know, or it's a ship they made for this Transformer. Because when I transformed him, I did not recognize what ship it was. But I've had a couple of these in the past. I had the biggest one I had was a Darth Vader Anakin to Darth Vader. It was like a 4-way changer because it could be a Star Destroyer or Republic Cruiser or an Anakin or a Darth Vader, and that one was bonkers. But yeah, no, this is a Yoda Transformer when he came with the lightsaber and everything, and I got him pretty. It's like $3, like literally $3 at a Value Village or Goodwill or something. And I saw him and I was like, yeah, I will buy a Yoda Transformer for like the cost of 2 packs of gum, because that's a very dumb thing. And I like doing dumb things sometimes. That's how I roll on occasion. Let's put you... Yeah, I'm going to put you right with my pyramid head. So I have I'm sure y'all can see I have my Pinky Demon from Doom back here, and then my pyramid head is right behind him. Attack Shuttle, Blair Snorlax, that's what it is. Yoda Transformer Impulse Buy. It was $3. Can we see the transformation? No, because I'm not that good at it, and it would make me look very stupid. Yeah, Johnny. Oh, from Doom 2006 with the Super Shoddy. Give us Pinhead. We were just talking about Pinhead. What do you... No. All right, fine. Last one. Alright, so here's the NECA Ultimate Pinhead. And this is a... Hello, dog. you think you're tough, huh? She's such a goofball. Anyway, while she's chewing on my hand, yeah, the NECA Pinhead is great. And if anybody gets an Ultimate NECA Pinhead, hot tip, and this is just in general also, if you pose figures, if you have action figures, if you want to take toy photography, Sticky Tack is your best friend, and that's the thing holding the Layment configuration in his hand. Okay. I'm going to put Pinhead right there to watch over the stream. Hey. Okay, that's enough. Seriously. Here. I'll give you your snack, then you gotta calm down. Okay? Calm. There you go. Okay. And then, what was snorting just now? That was the dog. My dog does not know she's a dog. My partner thinks my dog doesn't know she's a dog. Because my dog, like, when one of my partners comes over and sits on the couch and we'll watch TV and stuff, my dog will come and sit next to us and just stare at the TV. So yeah. Now that you've escaped judgment long enough, oh, that is good. That's really good. Let the dog watch Bluey. It is time to talk about... I wanted to start because the Has-Been Hotel thing will be fun and funny. The Elon Musk at Auschwitz thing is the opposite of that. Because ever since Elon... Okay, let me preface this by saying Elon Musk might be one of the most easily led rubes in the world. Like, really. He will believe anything if he thinks it gets him positive attention. And because the right wing almost immediately latched onto him as like a free speech warrior, he's been pandering and catering to them since he's taken over Twitter, despite it turning out disastrously for most advertisers who are fleeing the platform. However, that hasn't stopped him from aligning with them, and especially as the war in Israel broke out, he was accused of spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories because he is a big dum-dum. And because he was spreading anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, by the way. Like, do not make no two ways about it. The things he was saying about the ADL, because the ADL dared to minorly criticize him, is ridiculous. Now, here's the thing. I don't think Elon Musk is a Nazi. I think he probably has some, like, pretty questionable stuff he believes due to his upbringing in apartheid Africa, but I don't think he has enough conviction to really like be a Nazi. I think he wittingly, I would say, spread anti-Semitic propaganda, but he is far too stupid to like know what he's doing at any given point. Like I said, again, he goes with the flow of whoever is going to get him the most positive attention. Yeah, gals, me either. I don't like Elon Musk and Auschwitz in the same sentence either. Yeah, let's... Oh yeah, no, Kobold, he did allow neo-Nazis back on the platform. Yeah, that's not surprising. So, what ended up happening in the last couple of days, yesterday, He apparently went to Auschwitz with, of all people, Ben Shapiro. And this New Republic article doesn't mention that he's been, for the last 2 days, he's been on a tour of Auschwitz-Birkenau with Ben Shapiro. The thing is, somebody said, am I reading this right? All of this was to Enzo's library. The point of all this was to promote Twitter. That's part of the larger point that I'm getting at, is I don't think Elon Musk has any bigger objectives in most of the things he does. I really don't, other than promoting his products and trying to make himself sell his brand or whatever. So the thing is, and I talked about it in the video I did a while back, Fake News, Real War, and talking about how AI has spread it over Twitter, how it has gotten worse with the Israel-Gaza-Palestine conflict, and especially how, and this is something I'm talking about also in the Jewish question video, especially how the extremes of all sides have allowed anti-Semitism to get a hold, but then also allowed for rabid conservatism to push back against that. And you can really see that with people like Jackson Hinkle, and there are so many other rabid anti-Semitic accounts on Twitter right now, who push everything as being, it's the fault of the Jews and the ADL and, the Zionists. And then you have people who are not helping anybody, like Ben Shapiro, who are, make no mistake, Ben Shapiro is a open racist towards Arab people. There is no shortage of tweets you can go back excusing pretty much any bloodlust and any murder, outright murder of non-Jewish Middle Eastern people. And as soon as bombs started dropping on Gaza, he was basically waving pom-poms for Netanyahu. So you have these two different sides. And my dog is still trying to get my attention. Autumn Rose Arts, I feel like that one is where's your ball? There it is. The stuff about Mark Zuckerberg buying up Hawaii is I feel like that one's an older one, because I think Alex Jones did a undercover thing. Hulkenbreak, non-Zionist Jews are the majority, so it's literally just the decisions of a fringe group of right-wing and government in Israel and a ton of propaganda. Essentially. And no, so Kill Revman, Elon isn't a Holocaust denier, at least not anymore. Because he was initially... He was spreading accounts. I don't remember all the details of it, but he was retweeting. He was doing that stupid thing he does where he retweets something. He goes, interesting, or looking into this. But I think the accounts that he was retweeting had Holocaust denial in it. So I don't think he is yet, or at least he's not anymore. So basically what happened is the far right pro-Zionist movement side of things with Ben Shapiro got in contact with Elon Musk, who was spreading the far right anti-Semitic stuff. And all of that is very ridiculous and dumb. And it's shocking and dangerous how little Elon... It's so... Like, I say this as somebody who's been doing weeks now of research on anti-Semitism in history, on the Holocaust, on the details of the Holocaust, of anti-Semitism after the Holocaust, on how conspiracies spread about the Holocaust. It has taken me weeks to do this and study up on this, but it is ridiculous to me that a grown man, somebody who's like more than twice my age, who can get as far in life as Elon Musk has, while claiming to be smart, while having people treat him as smart, and yet he apparently knows very little about it, because it seems like he did a lot of learning on this trip, which is just so, like, really? Shawnee P, Elon worse than Henry Ford? No. Elon is not worse than Henry Ford. Sorry. Like, Elon Musk is a pile of shit, don't get me wrong. But again, like, Elon Musk doesn't have conviction. Like as we've seen with this, he will just go back and forth with the wind. However, Henry Ford was a legitimately, like people really, everybody knows, like, oh, Henry Ford was anti-Semitic. No. Henry Ford was a fucking monster. Like, Henry Ford is the reason that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion got printed in English for the first time. Henry Ford made volumes of a paper and shipped it all around the country for years, called the International Jew. That was all about how Jews were behind everything. And every major economic downturn, every major military development, it was all the Jews. Like, Henry Ford was a asshole. He also, I believe he headed the America First League before Charles Lindbergh. And was a isolationist who sided with Hitler. So Henry Ford, certified bitch. Is my hot Henry Ford take. Yeah, Omes, like, it cannot be. Henry Ford is a great actual, like, even outside of the internet, outside of how information and stuff is parsed and spread today, Henry Ford is a great example of how the rich and powerful can control the flow of information, and how stupid ass ideas can spread when they do. Like, in that way, I suppose Elon Musk could be compared to a modern Henry Ford. In the fact that he has a platform that he uses to spread the dumbest shit and misinformation to untold numbers of people. But the information he preaches is not nearly as stupid, as nonsensical. Like, if you go back and read some of that stuff, it is pure, like, superstition, anti-conspiracy theory garbage. Like, it is talking about, like, Jewish blood rituals and all this ancient, like, Kabbalah shit that has no basis in fact. Again, Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Yes, my pronouns. I saw somebody asking pronouns. My pronouns are they, them. Sorry. And so I know it's been an... here's the thing, Kellerev, man. It's been an hour because I was playing with toys. And I won't apologize for that. I just won't. Anyway, let's get into the article. Now that we've prefaced all of our talk about Elon Musk. Because the thing, I didn't really want to talk about this because at first I was like, oh, it's whatever. Elon is doing this puff piece tour and he's making buddy with Ben Shapiro, which honestly can only mean that I'm sure he's going to be on Daily Wire at some point, which is like, when you really think about it, that trajectory is so embarrassing. Like, going on a political podcasting and content mill as one of the richest men in the world, and that's the shit you're worrying about. Like you don't see other billionaires worrying about how cool people on Twitter think they are. Like, Jeff Bezos probably doesn't give a fuck, you know? Like Chinese billionaires who have like the other 5 spots in the top 10 probably don't give a fuck. But Elon is so like he's terminally, he needs to be liked. And that has led him here to people who will take all comers as long as they're straight white men who agree with what they say, which is, it fits Elon's bill pretty well. Lane Kaplan, most anti-Semites don't believe 90% of what they say or spread. They just think the idea is convenient. I would say that's true. I think the problem is, at least in the research I've done, because when my definition of an anti-Semite, it hasn't changed, because I think you're right. But when you say anti-Semite, I'm thinking about that last 10%, you know? Because, like, the last 10% are the people who got conspiracies from Nazi Germany all the way to the internet. Like across 40 or 50 years of conspiracy, where it was all just like social rejects sitting in their basement running like literal like number stations and like pirate radio just to spread conspiracy theories about the Jews. And those are the people that have always existed and will always exist. And that's the scary part. You know, it's not the people. Like, in a modern context, it's Nick Fuentes who is doing that shit. Not the Groypers. Like, his fans, 90%, whatever, who cares? It's the other people who are the most dangerous ones. Ended up being racist, Mockingbird. Yeah. I know, Enzo's library, that's really the thing to think about. Like, if you had Elon Musk money, like really, I cannot fathom a world in which money is no object. Like, really think about that. And a world in which basically anything is free. You can have anything. And he decides to be a bitch on Twitter. So this is a really good summation, because something happened on Elon's trip to Auschwitz that just, it makes me sad. Elon Musk, who has used social media to spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, is now arguing that had social media existed at the time of the Holocaust, it could have prevented the tragedy. Musk visited the Nazi death camp Auschwitz-Birkenau on Monday as part of an apparent apology tour for his blatant anti-Semitism. Later that day, he participated in a conference on anti-Semitism organized in Krakow by the European Jewish Association. Krakow was the site of another camp. Musk admitted he had been, quote, somewhat naive about the dangers of anti-Semitism, but he revealed how little he actually cares by sitting down for an interview with Ben Shapiro, a far-right commentator and conspiracy theorist. The two men then insisted that social media could have prevented the Holocaust from happening. So here's the thing I really wanted to show, because it's some of the worst shit I've seen. Dead and Manic, you bring up a really interesting point. Hasn't prevented the current Palestinian Holocaust, has it? This is a really... Dead Manic, you bring up a really interesting point for a couple of reasons. One, Elon basically faking caring about the Israel-Gaza struggle. He went over there and met with Netanyahu. Yeah, he didn't meet with any of the Palestinians or the Gazans. He basically got a North Korea-style tour of the war zone from the Israeli Special Forces. And he, again, is going and meeting with Ben Shapiro, who is a massive Zionist who is, has no problem, would have no problem if every Arab was murdered tomorrow. If every person of any kind of Arab descent, if every Muslim died tomorrow, Ben Shapiro would be jumping for joy. And that's who he's meeting with. So it is interesting that they would try and say that, hey, if Twitter existed back then, the Holocaust wouldn't have happened, when 22,000 people have died And Twitter has actually been, I wouldn't say it's been a big help, but I would say in terms of spreading information, it has been a boon in ways that we haven't seen a lot on social media. Kinetheus, thank you very much. 666. Thank you. I appreciate that. Here's to supporting your channel. Yeah, Ben Shapiro is Jewish. And Flyover Trout, thinking social media would stop the Holocaust seems incredibly naive, along with reverential for the idea that free speech will stop white supremacy. Or that free speech will stop, like, any kind of ethnic supremacy or any kind of hate movement. Because as we're seeing, it's not. Like, literally in Palestine, it's not. And here's the really sick thing. So Joshua Friedman is a journalist and shared some of these screens. Oh, Juliana, thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Mockingbird. And these are screens that Elon made. I don't know if Elon made them himself, or I'm sure he like hired somebody to do it. But he made screens of hypothetical World War II concentration camp Twitter posts. And this might be one of the most evil things I've seen somebody do for clout, for like positive spin on a company. Because again, not only has he turned a blind eye to the actual genocide happening in Palestine and Gaza, over 22,000 people are dead. And he wants to say, oh, if my platform was around during the Holocaust, it would have prevented it. Not only that, but he is taking the very real tragedy of 6 million people, 6 million gay people, Romani, Jewish people, who were killed systematically. And he is using it in a sick hypothetical to try and get positive spin. And like here we have things that you could compare it to the way the IDF is treating civilians. That would make Elon's comparison here very stark. Because here, for example, is a tweet, fake tweet. I can't believe what I just saw. The Nazis told the Jews to go inside the synagogue. Entire families, infants in their mother's arms, right? They've closed the doors and windows with metal bars and then set it on fire. If X was around in the 1940s. Meanwhile, we do have tweets and videos and pictures of IDF shooting. What was it? Like 2 weeks ago, there was the picture, not the picture, the video of a Palestinian mother coming out waving a white flag who was shot dead in the street, like point blank. We've had no shortage of videos of IDF soldiers going through and wrecking businesses in the ruins of people's lives. There's no shortage of footage of entire city blocks schools, hospitals that have been leveled to the ground. The earth salted with Israeli munitions that the U.S. probably supplied at least some of. So for Elon to try to spin this shit is reprehensible. Because also, if you look here at somebody, again, this fake tweet in January 22nd, 1943, it's time to fight back. Join the Jewish fighting organization under my command and attack Nazis in Warsaw Ghetto. That would be an incitement to violence. And if you wanted to find a modern parallel, it would be to fight back against the IDF. Back to the article. To prove their argument, Musk showed fake tweets he created of people sharing photos of Nazi attacks on synagogues, supporting Jewish resistance fighters, and pushing back against Holocaust deniers. There was even a tweet from the, quote, official Auschwitz account claiming Jews were thriving, only to have a community note debunk that claim. It's also fucking disgusting. One of the things I missed there was in this fake little tirade he did, he made Auschwitz camp like an official account. Like all of the camps in Nazi Germany would have had social media interns. This claim holds very little water for many reasons. A major one, as journalist Aaron Gordon pointed out, was that Nazi Germany revoked Jews' rights to free movement long before the death camps were built, which is true. So all those tweets from people urging Jews to leave Germany would have been meaningless. Another reason is that many civilians were well aware of what Nazis were doing, or at least aware that Jewish people were being removed and never seen again, and they were perfectly content to let it happen. This is also true. People forget, I think in America, we have a conception for non-Jewish people and people who haven't studied it largely. I think there's a conception that the Holocaust was like something that just happened really quick. Like Kristallnacht broke out, and this thing that had been brewing for, maybe a year or two when Hitler rose to power was just like, oh, it was a thing. That's not how it happened. Hitler spent like over a decade spreading anti-Semitism, and then when he got into actual power after he went to jail after the beer hall putsch, he went about trying to limit Jewish rights and the rights of reprobates and degenerates and anybody he didn't like immediately. And it was a systematic takedown of those rights, which is why so many people, granted, definitely not the same thing, not comparing the plight of Jewish people to trans people, but it's why so many trans people are so vocal about their concern when efforts to get their rights limited succeed, because it is a slippery slope. It starts with one thing, and then everybody thinks, oh, well, that wasn't so bad for me. And then it goes to another thing. Then it goes to another thing. Then it goes to another thing. Yeah, here's actually a good quote from New Republic, ripping this dipshit a new one. Patrick W. Doom. It really is the same energy as Anne Frank would have loved Justin Bieber. Oh, God, that makes me sick to think about. Mighty Mulatto, super chat, $20. Thank you. Good God. The book Into the Darkness shows just how tight information security was in Germany during that time. Reporters weren't allowed to travel to those areas, nor were they allowed to make independent correspondence without censorship. Yeah, one of the first things that Hitler did, and another thing that, again, it's far from being like a unique, it's very lib shit to be like, Orange Man Hitler, like to compare Trump to Hitler, but the way he talks specifically about limiting the press and controlling the press, that's one of the first things that Hitler did during his rise to power. Like, he kicked all Jews out of press. He made sure that they had a closed circuit and understood, like, turned press essentially into an extension of German propaganda. Like, which is why there was so much of it. And Hitler also understood the... Hitler is probably more Goebbels at that point, but understood the value of a multimedia approach because they also took over the airwaves. They took over film. They made entire films that pushed their worldview. So, yeah, like it was a all-encompassing thing. It wasn't just like, oh, here's this one thing that, you know, could have made a difference. Again, it just belies how little Elon actually understands about the situation for him to just be like, oh, well, my thing, which I just bought and have been failing to manage and have run into the ground essentially and has lost over half of its value, and I didn't invent, but my thing, X, that I like to act like I invented, would fix this. And it's like, no, it wouldn't. The Killer Rev Man, luckily the US government is too dumb to take over the internet. Yeah, probably. Oh. Since Musk took over the social media platform, X has been rife with hate speech. Musk himself is a major source of disinformation and hate speech, particularly anti-Semitism. He has let multiple neo-Nazis back onto X after previous leadership banned them. What is that? That's another New Republic. Great. Daily Stormer founder Andrew Anglin, Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is such a little bitch. Like, every time you see... This is a great picture of him just sitting on his, like, bed with a Trump flag on the background. In November, Musk backed a vile anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that Jewish people are getting what they deserve because they harbor, quote, diabolical hatred against whites. That, combined with the revelation that X was placing ads next to pro-Hitler and pro-Nazi content, sent advertisers fleeing the platform in droves. Parenthetical, again. New Republic really went in on this one, and I appreciate it. This is good journalism. This is how you... lead somebody to a feeling without leading them to a conclusion. Because you read this and you feel in your gut, you're like, because these are all facts and these are all verifiable and they're all sourced. But it leads you to the feeling that, man, Elon Musk is a piece of shit and he's doing a bad job with this platform without leading you to a personal conclusion. This is good journalism to me. Tubian 323 super chat of $5. Just want to say that lipstick really pops. Looking fine as wine. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. On Monday, so he's kowtowing to his new buddy Ben Shapiro with us. Musk said Monday that his November post was, quote, literally the worst and dumbest post I've ever done, which is something that if you look at his X feed, saying something if you look at his X feed. He claimed he hadn't understood the dangers of anti-Jewish sentiment because, quote, I haven't read this article yet, so I was not prepared for, quote, in the circles I move in, I see now anti-Semitism. Kobolds, are you taking any book recommendations for your anti-Semitism video? Not anymore. I've read 5 books. I've read all the books I'm going to read. I've read through 5 books on conspiracies and the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, and I've watched copious amounts of video, and like this is far and away the most I've ever researched and cited for a video. Like the source cited page is going to be a Google Doc that is going to be several pages long. Miles Smiles, thank you for subscribing. He said that, quote, 2/3 of my friends are Jewish, which actually undercuts his previous claim. Surely at least one of those Jewish friends would have been able to tell Musk about anti-Semitism. Musk then claimed that thanks to all his information-hoarding friends, he is, quote, Jewish by association. I'm aspirationally Jewish, he said, which holds all the gravity of someone calling themselves Jew-ish. That's a link to the George Santos story, probably. Yeah, that's not how that works. Like, you don't get to be, like, black by association. You know, when it comes to a group that is ostracized, that is stereotyped and maligned and has been for literally thousands of years, just because you know a lot of them does not mean you get to count yourself among them by association or aspiration, which aspirationally Jewish is a very weird thing to say because you can convert to religious Judaism. Like, I don't understand why that's an like, if you can just become Jewish if you want. Yeah, I think Crane was taken. I think he said the Jewish thing. So yeah, Lane Kaplan, you take the mental health break you need. Is anybody? Oh yeah, B. Parker. That's actually a great point. Like, everyone in his Twitter spaces with Jones probably have at least one anti-Semitic controversy in your name. Alex Jones, being buddy with Alex Jones, and first off, also it was pathetic how Alex Jones like sucked up to Elon, and called him a maverick and was a brave free speech warrior and all this other crap. When in the past Alex Jones has talked openly about how Elon is he's bought and paid for by the globalist elite and all that stuff. Logan Matching Games, thank you very much for joining. Have a good rest of your night. What was I saying? Might be trans by association. No more Alex Jones impression. That one actually hurt my throat. I'm still kind of getting over a cold. So that one, like, that actually hurt my throat a little bit. But no, like, Alex Jones is a long time, and I talk about this. I know I've been saying I talk about this in my upcoming Jewish question video. That video is going to be ridiculously long, and I talk about a lot of shit in it. And Alex Jones plays a very integral role in the spreading of pretty much every conspiracy theory from the 90s through today. And the thing about Alex Jones is that he is not what you would call explicitly anti-Semitic, because he prefers to cover everything in terms like the globalists, the global elite, and the new world order, and those are his preferred like targets, I guess you could say. And he openly talks about how, I don't hate black people, I don't hate Jewish people. So Alex Jones, and it's not hard to pin him down on this shit, because much like with black people, he'll turn around and just say the most stereotypical racist shit. He does the exact same things with, like, Jewish dog whistles or anti-Semitic dog whistles towards Jewish people, where he will talk about how, George Soros is controlling everything. He talks about the Rothschilds and the Bilderberg Group and the ADL and all this stuff. They're controlling everything behind the scenes. So, like, he essentially does spread, like, explicit anti-Semitism. Without ever saying Israel or Jews as responsible. And in the process, he gives his audience of unhinged weirdos a launching board to go research that stuff. And guess what they're going to find and what they're going to be led to? Anti-Semitism. Like, if they go and research the Bilderberg Group and the protocols and all this other shit, they're just going to find anti-Jewish hate. Like, that's it. Yeah, Larry Fishman, globalist has literally always meant Jew. Like, but here's the thing, to a modern audience, and Trump had a little bit to do with this, where they started using words like globalist to describe, in the same way a lot of conservatives like to, in the UK and Britain, like to spread fear about 15-minute cities and stuff, is they use it as this term for a nebulous kind of boogeyman that's trying to get everybody to be connected, and all these cultures are going to mesh, and like these things are actually not that bad if they were to happen, but like it is preying on the fears of especially old white people who are very set in their ways and are afraid of anybody with a slightly different color of skin. And I think Trump has allowed, because of that like xenophobia, Trump has allowed words like globalist to become more innocuous than they actually are when people hear them. Because when people hear globalist now, there's not always a guarantee that if they know what they're talking about, there's not always a guarantee that they're going to hear, oh, they're talking about the Jews. It could just be, oh, they're talking about, just whatever, they're talking about the vague kind of, I just saw somebody mention Jordan Peterson. They aren't dog whistles, they're foghorns. It's the thinly coated thing like drink your Ovaltine. But again, like Lane Kaplan, what I'm saying is that it's like when anybody here really hears globalist, okay, they're spreading anti-Semitism. Like, that is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. But for the people who don't know what words mean, like, and we've seen this before, where Lane Kaplan, I'm not debating that Trump is racist. What I'm saying is the way that he has used the word, and especially with his, and maybe I didn't explain that part well enough, especially with his audience. It's the same thing, because I just saw somebody mention Jordan Peterson. When Jordan Peterson talks about, it's cultural Marxism, and it's Marxist globalism, like words like Marxism, words like globalism have become ensconced with things like Marxism and Bolshevism for some fucking reason, and communism, and leftism, and like other vague things, so that so many people think that they're all the same thing. So that, like, through that, and this is why it's a dog whistle, is because through that, when Trump says globalist, a word that has very clear anti-Semitic origins, that for the longest time has meant the Bilderbergs and the Rothschild group, and whatever for the longest time, globalist has meant the exact same thing as triple parentheses and the bankers and all of that, like, thinly veiled Nazi bullshit. But now, because of this, like, odd disambiguation and just, like, throwing out buzzwords like Marxism and globalists and elites is another one. Elites is one that Alex Jones uses all the time. When somebody hears it, it might as well be interchangeable. Yeah, I just said Hollywood elites. Yeah, Bolshevism, Marxism, which has been Jewish since before coded Jewish since before Ford. Well, so yes, yeah, you're right. But I guess the thing that I'm trying to get at is that when people hear, like, you're absolutely right about Bolshevism, and especially communism, because anti-Semitism was a huge part of the Red Scare. Like, people during the Red Scare were so I've studied the European ones, Lane Kaplan. People during the Red Scare, like, they were so ready to link communism to Judaism, it's ridiculous. Where is I going with that? What was I saying? I just got lost. I was talking about Ford. Sorry, I'm having an ADHD brain moment. Oh, right. The difference is when you take like Ma and Pa Kettle Trump voter today, right? It is not like when they hear globalist or when they hear communist or when they hear Marxist, they are not summoning to mind, I would think, the same images of like the Jewish banking class or whatever that Alex Jones and conspiracy theorists like him are, that people back in Ford's day are. When Trump says that we need to get rid of the communist, Marxist, global elite, those people are thinking communist in the nationalist, jingoistic, Reagan era Cold War sense of this like if you really sat and asked them why communism was bad, they wouldn't be able to tell you, because much like everything else, much like elites and Hollywood elites and Marxist, like all this stuff, they don't actually know what it means. It is just this nebulous, hard to define bad thing out there. And I think that is what, like, as a disambiguation, that is what globalism has come to mean for a lot of people. I am not disputing that it's obviously incredibly anti-Semitic. What are we talking about? Oh, thank you very much, Sal. I am glad you caught the stream too. Dead Domain, if you use global bankers, if exactly a 50-50 between Nazi and based as commie. I don't, poisonous green strawberries, I don't know about that. I feel like I feel like most actual leftist commies, like most communists who would want to foster like good movements, would be smart enough to not dabble in things. Like most communists I know would be smart enough to not dabble in actual dog whistles. Ianzo, Bolshevism is tied to being Jewish because, as Lane Kaplan said, in the early 1800s, at the peak of the Industrial Revolution, there was tons and tons of Jewish people that had settled in and around Poland and Russia. And they were kind of pushed to the edge of the country, and they flourished there for a while, even though there were a lot of pogroms and stuff. It's a very complicated history, but the reason is that as Russia entered into the Industrial Revolution and they started going through their big revolutions, the Jewish working class became a big part of the workers' rights and unions movement throughout all of the what became like the communist revolutions, what would become the communist revolutions. So for the far right sector of Russia, being Jewish became tied to trying to, overthrow that traditionalist way of life and bring around the communist revolution. So like, it's not technically wrong to say that communism has origins with Judaism. It is, but because it has origins with it's a different thing. But when people say like, oh, the Jews came up with communism, what they're actually trying to say is that the global elite, like rich people, thought of communism to control the poor, is what they think. The difference is between that and what actually happened is that the Jewish people who were part of the labor movement were working class. Like, they were the proletariat. Like, they were not the big wigs controlling everything, like people like Alex Jones like to put out there. Yeah, Lane Kaplan, Jewish labor unions were around Europe everywhere because Christian labor unions often excluded them, and they had common language across countries. And that is another thing that, again, in the video that I'm making now, all of the dividing lines that pushed Jews and ostracize them to the outside of society, or the edges of society. And quite literally in Russia, they were literally pushed to a settlement called the Pale of Settlement, that was like on the edge of Russia. The things that force that upon Jewish people go back thousands and thousands of years. Like it is always happened through really no fault of their own. Blaine Kaplan, you're going to make me look up what Mishigas means. I mean, you're not referring to me, right, Lane? Mockingbird. The rich people made communism. That's like saying white men made a society with equal rights for all. That is a very good equivalency. Not talking to you. Okay. I want to say, I'm like, I really hope I'm not wrong about all of this shit, because what did I just spend several weeks and several books worth of learning for? Larry Fishman, in the 20s, Strasser and Goebbels rewrote the dictionary so Nazis could sound like they were leftists when they were virulent anti-Semites. Capitalism meant the international Jewish conspiracy. Yeah, that was a huge thing. God, who wrote that? Oh, I forgot it. So one of the things that I really do in the video is I tie a link between all of these different anti-Semitic like pamphlets and scripts that eventually would become like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and then how those work their way down. But along the way, there is so much, like there are so many weird little pamphlets that get circulated in Tsarist Russia, which was anti-Semitic, and across Poland and industrial era Germany, post-World War I Germany, that become foundational for like the amount of historical figures who get handed something on the street, apparently, and then they're just like, oh, well, I guess actually it makes total sense that the Jews have a secret amulet that lets them control other people, when you really think about it. Like, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Regington Mogus, you know what they say, anti-Semitism is a socialism of fools. One of my personal favorite quotes that I put in there was from my man. Now I have Friedrich Engels stuck in my head. No, my man Sartre, Jean-Paul Sartre, where he had the killer bars. He said, if the Jews did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Which is true. Like, the one undercurrent, aside from Christian nationalism and closed-mindedness, but the one undercurrent that really connects all of anti-Semitism through history is the Jews being there as a convenient enemy, being there as an outsider who is slightly different. So if something goes wrong in a community, they are the first ones that get blamed. And that is pretty much like from the Middle Ages, from the time of Rome, through the diaspora, all the way through the Middle Ages. Like, it is bonkers. Oh, Chim Chim the Omni, I'm going to go get high now, BRB. Have fun. No, Mooney Livy, it's ridiculous how much, in the past, it was way easier to fool people with pamphlets on YouTube. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, when you go back and read some of the stuff that people sincerely believe, like, especially, like, when you actually read the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, you're like, this is not Like, this is not even good as like lore. This is not even good lore. Like, this is yeah, it's so much of it. You really don't get the good. Like, it wouldn't probably be until the 70s, because 70s was when Holocaust denial really started coming in, and then that would lead to like a domino effect of New World Order style conspiracies, which all pretty much centered around like they start moving away from explicitly naming Jews, and I think this is where Alex Jones kind of gets it, where Alex Jones, I don't think he's a very smart man. So I don't think he necessarily, even in his own head, ties, even though he ties all these stereotypes to them, I don't think he ties Jews as a people to these things, because a lot of the stuff he came up reading, a lot of the conspiracies he came up reading, we're not doing that. Of lore, Matt Pat has entered the chat. Yeah, Amber Westcott Baker, one of the first recorded pogroms was because bubonic plague didn't spread as much in Jewish communities, theoretically, because they actually bathed in the 1300s. Yeah, Jewish, like, again, when the Black Plague broke out, when the Black Plague broke out, and that had already happened, the Black Plague happened around 200 years after the Crusades, which Jews were targeted for pogroms during that. It had already happened. I believe it happened after William of Norwich, which was the beginning, the murder of a kid in Britain. That was the beginning of like blood libel. It was literally just superstition. There was no proof Jews were ever involved with it. So when the Black Death broke out and everybody was looking for, like think for a moment about how bonkers people got in a modern context with the COVID pandemic. Like people went crazy. They're still going crazy from it. People believe that Bill Gates is putting microchips in vaccines, that you can get COVID through your skin, that you can't breathe it in. Like the stuff, the conspiracy theories we heard about COVID, like people just making stuff up. So imagine that magnified times like 10 in death toll, like relatively, and then also no scientific knowledge. So you get people who want to blame, like the same people today who would be the kind of like, blame the Chinese, blame the Russians, blame whoever. The only people they really have to blame are an outsider. And usually a lot of these communities have Jewish people who were, because they were forced from it, because the Catholic Church banned usury. So the Catholic Church, before the thousands even, banned usury. So Christians could not have jobs as bankers or moneylenders. Meanwhile, Jews also, because a lot of business guilds were Christian owned, Christians would not allow them to become craftspeople. So they couldn't be masons, they couldn't be cobblers, they couldn't be, people who actually just made shit. So that left a hole that Jewish people ended up filling. So throughout time, Jews historically, because of that, were seen as moneylenders. So when you have in the Black Death, you have these easy targets where they have their own traditions. As somebody else mentioned in the chat, a lot of their religious traditions revolved around bathing. Not around bathing, around washing, like washing feet and hands. Not around bathing. And a lot of them were also moneylenders or had a little bit more money. They also were seen as like, it depends on the area, they were maybe seen as like more hoity-toity because Jewish people were a little bit better off in terms of literacy, because it was a lot of the history and a lot of the religion was passed down from person to person. So it was important that Jewish kids knew how to read and knew how to read Torah and stuff like that. Yeah, sorry, Guimo, thank you for subscribing, and Laura AH, thank you very much for subscribing. Yeah, you would think Christians would want Jewish carpenters. No, and it's actually interesting because another thing, and 2D Siggy, working with money was seen as lesser. However, people with money still had money. So when it came like that, we were talking about the pogroms. Look up the Peasants' War and the Jewish pogroms in the 1100s, I think. It was right before the breakout of the First Crusade, but basically what happened is a bunch of crusaders, because the Crusades were ridiculous. Like, it's so hard to really accurately say how crazy the Crusades are, because like we have a knowledge of like, oh, the Crusades, that was a wild thing, but no, it was literally the Catholic Church saying to a bunch of unhinged peasants and soldiers, hey, anything you do will be forgiven as long as we get the Holy Land back. So that led to a lot of people doing a lot of shit that wasn't good. And one of the first things was the Peasant Crusade, which saw a group of literal peasants buying gear and starting to just wantonly kill Jewish people up in the Sudetenland, up in around Northern Europe. And part of that was because a lot of them had already taken out loans and stuff to get gear to go on the Crusades. So they felt as though if we killed the people we owned the loans to, and they're not Christian anyway, and that forgives us the loan, then that just helps the crusade. Or if we take the money from them and use it towards other stuff, that just helps the crusade. And the Jews happen to have a little bit more money because hundreds of years ago we forced them into money handling and looked down on them for it. So it's just shit like that is so, like, when you really look in the history of it, there's so much about anti-Semitism. And it all funnels into itself. Like, it plays into itself. Like, one thing would not have happened without the other. Like, if the fall of Jerusalem hadn't happened, if the Roman Empire had not led the diaspora, and it goes back even further than that. It goes all the way back to Egypt, back to Babylon. Like, it goes back. But if you really look at that from that angle, like, you can draw straight lines over over 1,000 years. From the Crusades, all the way through the medieval era, all the way through the 1700s, the rise of the banks, the beginning of mercantilism and opening more borders and more firm alliances and stuff, discovering the, quote-unquote, discovering the New World. The Industrial Revolution, and that all plays into like that last the last thousands of years before that plays into why at the beginning of the 18th century, 19th century, you have such a big conflux of Jewish people in Poland and Russia, which would not only play into Hitler's feelings about them, and of course World War II and the Holocaust, but would also play into the Communist Revolution, and as we've already talked about. Like, so it is one of the big reasons why I had to take such a massive approach, if it wasn't clear, is because you can't talk about one of these things without talking about all of it. Which is why I am hoping my video will be, even still, my video will not be like the be-all end-all, but I'm hoping it will be comprehensive. No, and Lane Kaplan on Twitch saying most of the stuff pre-Rome hasn't been fully documented in the historical record. I basically start with Rome. Like I basically start with the timeline for me. Of course, I do talk a little bit about the Old Testament and how that plays into like the Torah and stuff. But for me, the timeline starts with the diaspora, which starts with the fall of Jerusalem, right? So, like I basically take it from there because again, there are so many other things like you were saying, Lane. Like there are so many other little things, and while I do find that history fascinating, from what I've seen, a lot of it is speculative. And I find that on its own super fascinating. I love hearing about like when people are, like trying to decrypt like, oh, this, this tablet, it could have been a receipt for buying a goat, or it could have been a suicide note. Like I love trying to figure out that kind of stuff. However, for the purposes of my thing, it doesn't quite fit. So you're right. I don't want to argue. What are people arguing about? Sorry, I've just been literally talking and ranting because all this stuff is just up there. What's going on? I hope Mockingbird. Oh. The first one is pre-Rome that we know, but Egypt is likely myth. Quality of copper. All right, I'm gonna have to go up and see what y'all are arguing about, and gonna have to ground somebody. No, Omes Zero, anti-Semitism is called the oldest hatred for a reason. It really is. Like, it really is, and I would say it's like kind of the basis of conspiracy or conspiracy theories. Like when you look at how, especially blood libel, just comes out of nowhere. Like there's no religious basis for it at all. It is literally just born of the same like peasant mindset that, would tell people, oh, this person was a witch. Like, it just bonkers. Communism is inherently authoritarian. That's not true. The Soviets were lying. I don't want racism squared. I don't want Coda, why are you spreading fast shit? Coda, you're cool, I think. Why are we... Suicide bomber note PogChamp. I do not think... I don't live in Canada, so I can't really speak to it, but I don't think Canada is a totalitarian state, last time I checked. Megan Anaconda, that's the other thing, is that like when you look at and that's what we were talking about kind of in the 70s, and once you get like people who start going more towards like military industrial complex and military secrets and technocrats and all of that stuff, like it starts getting away from anti-Semitism a little bit, because everybody in the thing about conspiracy is that everybody has their own flavor. Like when you get into conspiracists, where, like you were saying, flat earthers, and you have flat earthers, you have people, you have the alien people, you have the ghost people, you have spirit science, you have like star seeds and star children and all that. But when you go far enough into any one rabbit hole, somebody will just reach back around and turn it into anti-Semitism. It's bonkers. Who has Canada taken away the bank accounts of people who disagree with them? I would really be interested in seeing, first off, none of those things are communist, but also I would love to see what you mean by that. Like, do you have a link to that? Yeah, Lane Kaplan, I do mention that in the video. It's like, of all the things to blame Jews on, you're gonna say that they're drinking one of the things that is forbidden in their religious text? That they're gonna have a religious ritual that does something that's actually forbidden in their religious text? And people believe it. Like, people still believe blood libel. It's ugh. Uh, Fire Corgi, Bigfoot isn't anti-Semitic because he's my favorite conspiracy. Fire Corgi, Bigfoot isn't anti-Semitic. He does hate Mexicans for some reason, though. So we do have to cancel Big F. Megan Anaconda, thank you very much for following. Yeah, no, like fascist. I mean, if somebody wants medical assistance in dying and they aren't being forced to do it, what is the problem with that? Hypno Amber, thank you very much for subscribing. Pander, you're right, but not all Jews or even most Jews care about the Torah. Yeah, that's well, and that's the thing about being an ethno-religion, like we were talking about earlier, is that like there are so many different. Here's the other thing, and I've had multiple Jewish people tell me the bit now, which I was unaware of this being a thing, but some joke that apparently all Jewish people know about, like 3 Jewish people arguing and they have 4 opinions or something to that effect. Which the punchline there is that Jews can't agree on anything, which is true because when you look at how many different sects of Judaism there are, from Reform Judaism to Conservative Judaism to even in those things, there are multiple different variations. And then when you look at the different, which is just a dizzying amount, by the way, because also a lot of what I've been talking about and the stuff I know only really applies to Western definitions of Judaism, because the diaspora carried the faith completely other places that all developed their own traditions. So it's just ridiculous that people maintain that this idea that all Jews are like this monolith, which is another like hint of anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories, is to say that, oh, you're Jewish, so you're doing this. It's like, nah. It's like during the Industrial Revolution, there were Jewish people who owned factories and who owned textiles and who were, magnates, just like there were white people doing it. There were also a lot of Jewish people in the labor movement working for better workers' rights. So like when you put all of these things together, the math doesn't math. Sacred debate and arguments. That's not a joke. It is literally true. But no, Lane Kaplan, you know what I'm talking about though, right? And I have had it described to me as a joke by some of the Jewish people I had look at my text. Sephardic Jews, that's another one. Yeah, the Jewish monolith is a stereotype, John Bainbridge. I'm going to go, what do I think about tankies? I haven't met a tanky I like yet. It's my general thought. I'm going to go put on, damn, we've been talking about this for a while. I'm going to go put on some tea and then get some water and hydrate. And then we will talk. We're going to have a little bit more fun. Oh, Valerie, I love the Italian. I love you. You're a great tanky. We have a more fun subject, which is people malding about a satanic children's show. I'm gonna tell you a secret. It's not actually for kids. All right. Be right back. Hello, dog. You want to take over for me? All right, gotta wait for my tea to go off. Ugh. I love my little goat sound effect now. Keyblade Master, thank you very much for following. What's the good has-been one? Yeah. Oh, OANN, hell yeah. That's who I'm... See, here's the thing. I'm getting a little bit bored of Matt Walsh being the person I go to for my reaction content. So, I've diversified a little bit. Super chatted, Pact super chatted $5, just sending a couple bucks for support. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Pact. Actually, I really do appreciate it right now, especially because for those who don't know, it might be a good time to talk about it here, but I have been working on many of
one of your hosts, Kara McKinney.
Wait your turn. Many of you know I have been or many of you know me from my hate church infiltration video. And since then, I haven't worked on another video or another infiltration kind of video like that. However, I've started working on one, and it won't really come to fruition until the end of next month. And it's a big one because it'll be several days, and today I just got the travel arrangements. I will be flying across the country for it. I have my Airbnb booked. I have my tickets for my flight and everything booked. So I'm not ready to talk about it yet, but everybody, if for now, pretty much anything you're giving, like donation wise, is going towards that investigative story that I'm working on. So it is incredibly helpful right now, particularly because of that. I just spent a lot of money on something that I'm really hoping it pays off. I'm taking a big ol' gamble with this one. So Trans Girl Jade, I am going undercover again. I'm going deep undercover. Geez, Gina. Jordan infiltrates PragerU. Oh, God. I could if I wanted to. I don't, though. Yes. Yeah, new cartoon on Amazon Prime Video. Literally glorifies Satan and demons. This is going to be a fun one, too. Where are you going undercover? Killer Rev Math. I am keeping it... I am keeping it close to the vest. I am not really talking about it mostly for personal safety reasons. And for the reasons of I don't want, like, other people to get in trouble. I don't want other people to interfere. Like, I still need a closed set, if that makes sense. But yeah, I will be ready to reveal it in a month or two. Yeah. Mighty Mulatto, $5 from Mighty Mulatto. Apparently Trudeau is making institutions divest themselves of business with individuals who assemble without state sanction. Pretty damn scary. Has Been Hotel now on Amazon. All right, let me go. I think my... Morgan Le Fay, hey, please blow your cover live on stream. Yeah, I will not. I'm not. I'm going to be not. Oh my gosh, Amber Westcott Baker, please stay safe on your trip. I definitely will. And I'm going to go grab my tea, and then we will crack into this, because I've been so excited. a good dog. No, see, now you're not being a good dog. You were doing so good. That's why I said you were good. Yeah, you're so cute. I love you. I love you. Yeah. She's just looking at me, wagging her dumb little tail. Am I going to hide in a cardboard box? YouTube chat is based. They help me find content creators to help me get a femme voice, so props to them. Aw. Thank you, YouTube chat, for helping Poisonous Green Strawberries. Thank you for being so based. A cardboard box. If anyone felt the first Has Been episodes were lackluster compared to the pilot, I really encourage you to watch all 4 episodes before passing judgments. Oh my gosh, Cold Brunette, I'm one of your favorite content creators. Thank you. $5 from Patrick W. Dune. Just want to say your streams make my day much better. So thank you. Also, stay safe. I'm excited for that video. Me too. And somebody was talking about wanting to fuck Angel Dust. Yes. Angel Dust is a character that, yeah. Like Demon Femboy. It does it for me. Yeah, I agree with Mockingbird. Let's not call people disgusting. Show for that episode. Angel Dusty. No, I feel I need to get some. I might need to commission some Angel Dust X Double Trouble artwork because that feels like that feels like something I would have. See, can I do a good snake voice now? Colonel, I'm trying to infiltrate. Colonel, I'm trying to infiltrate a hate group, but I'm dummy thick and the clap of my ass cheeks is blowing my cover. Will I be away? Yeah, when I go on my trip, Real Amethyst, I will be away from streaming for a bit. But it will just be like a week. Yeah, a little over a week, but yes. All right, are we ready to learn? Holy shit, that's a great snake voice. Thank you very much. I feel like every stream I accidentally do a voice and people remember, like, people don't know that I can do a lot of voices. Like, people will hear my Alex Jones voice or my Jordan Peterson voice and they'll just be like, wait, you can do voices? Cutie goat femboy. Okay, well that sounds right up my alley. How are you so talented at this? Did I ever want to be a voice actor? Yes, but like I would love to be a voice actor. Oh, and yeah, Dark Excalibur. I just saw that. I need to actually check that out more. Because Dark Excalibur tagged me and Surus on Twitter, and I am super interested in that. And I love, I love voice acting. And here's the thing. I started from a very young age, and I would just mimic and copy voices and stuff, and people thought it was funny, so I just kept doing it. And so, like, I can still do I think one of my first ones was Stitch. Like, I was always really good at doing a Stitch voice. Like, how do you think voice trading works, Kamikage? That's true. And Let's see. I still only do, I can do Stitch, but for the most part, because he has that little like affirmative noise he makes. Oh, cute and fluffy. Ohana means family. Like I can do those. And those aren't as good as when I was a kid, because I had a better Stitch voice as a baby. And then actually, and I'm not going to do it now, but for the longest time, I could do Richtofen from Black Ops Zombies, and it wasn't so much the voice as it was the German accent. And as a result, I have a very bad German accent. But it's also one that I still think is very funny, and I fall into it all the time. It's very bad. I think it's very funny. Crane, I heard a rumor YouTube chat is based and can help find content creators to help with getting a femme voice. Is that true? I don't know. It seems like there were some people who were, I wonder how many voices you have. I have a lot. And we've heard I did my, I was going to say Hacksaw Jim Duggan, but, no, Macho Man Randy Savage. No, I have had, speaking of bad voices, I've been playing, cause I'm looking forward to the new, let me see if I never heard your Jordan Peterson impression. Please, can you say something simple? You are quickly becoming one of my favorite YouTuber. I had never heard the bad voice. Who did was it ProZD who did Kiryu in Like a Dragon Gaiden? Because I hadn't heard his voice before, because I keep it all on the Japanese voices. And I didn't, but I had the volume down when I was playing it, because I had my partner staying over, and so I was playing it in the morning and I was waiting for her to wake up. And I hadn't heard his Kiryu until then. Yonggi, that's who it was. And it's really not good. Yeah, Trans Emerson is asking, could someone from YouTube chat please repost the voice training? I want that so badly, please. If somebody is on YouTube chat and has that, could you post it over, just run over to Twitch really quick? Fix the YouTube chat delay too. I wish I could. I might need to look into that. Like, he's not terrible as Kiryu, honestly. He's just not, he's not Kiryu. What are you working at? You're fine. What are you complaining about? You're sitting on a nice comfy bed and you got bones all around you. Mark Salmoneus, yeah, I'm on I double stream. Okay. And now that we're done with all that, let's see what this person, who's definitely, I'm sure, has seen of Has Been Hotel, the hot new fixation. That, all right, first off, I want to say, I've seen one episode of Has Been so far. It's fine. It's okay. I don't love it. I like Angel Dust quite a bit. because that's a character that I look at and I'm like, oh, that's literally me. Don't love it. But also, the main thing I've seen, the main criticism I've seen, is that people swear too much in it. And I was like going in expecting like every other word to be an F-bomb or like a C word or something. And it's not. Like there's a perfectly normal amount of swearing for an adult cartoon. Like I feel like there's just like a weird Puritan pushback to it because it's popular with the younger audience. Anyway, it's been on Amazon for a couple days now. And because it's an animated show, the right wing thinks it is a cartoon meant for children, which is what? Come on, there we go. Not how that works. But let's get into it anyway. Mark Salmoneus, thank you very much for hopping over to Twitch and hanging. Hey, Mark Salmoneus.
Will the gaslighting continue now that Amazon Prime Video has picked up an adult cartoon that is literally about glorifying Satan and his demons? The show's
gaslighting. I find it so funny because ever since Trump discovered what gaslighting was and used it in like a speech, conservatives have started seriously using gaslighting, which is very funny to me. Not because of what gaslighting is, but because for the better part of 2 decades, conservatives have spent all of their effort convincing the left that they're a bunch of like safe space, beta cuck, snowflake babies who can't handle any amount of like mental pressure. And now they call everything gaslighting. Like a 15-year-old on TikTok mad that her mom took her phone away. Like it's just that the irony is not lost on me. This is what I'm saying.
It's called
actually showing that in the trailer. I mean, they do show it in the trailer, but they're not actually playing the trailer. They're just showing the stylish animation, so that doesn't really follow, but whatever.
The story kicks
also, I don't believe Lilith was in... I was going to say American. I don't believe Lilith is in the... Bible. I could be wrong about that. Somebody in chat definitely knows, though.
Trying to stare. When in actuality, the reason why
Taco Liquor 69, thank you for joining.
By gargoyles outside was because they knew that demons hate each other almost as much as they hate mankind. They don't have any love
also, thank you for
or loyalty
subscribing.
For one another. It's the farthest thing from a giant hellish party where.
Okay, hang on. Again, I feel like she just jumped over the reason that we had gargoyles was because okay.
Everyone just does drugs and has orgy parties every night. The appearance of other demons reminds them constantly of what literal misery and hellfire they have brought upon themselves.
Oh, thank you very much, Taco Liquor. I appreciate that so much.
And so covering your churches with gargoyles was a way to repel demons from concentrating around church doors and trying to attack worshipers as they were entering or exiting. Basically, gargoyles acted as scarecrows chasing away the birds. It's quite clear that whatever malevolent spirit has taken hold of the powers that be in our society, they've deemed Christians to be the enemy. One last example comes from NBC, which Citizens Free Press is flagging. It has to do with Houston quarterback C.J. Stroud, who has done a fantastic job standing for Christ on the field. However, it appears a stealth edit by NBC chopped out his initial giving thanks to God and went straight into his interview. Watch.
First and foremost, I just want to give all glory and praise to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's been amazing being...
What does this moment mean?
I mean, it's been amazing being in this city for as short as I've been.
Joining us now to discuss is Christopher Tremalia, a journalist.
Okay, so this 5 minutes worth of video, and it was literally just Enzo the Librarian, thank you for following, and it was literally just like a summary of the beginning of that. Which, like, I here's the thing, I don't expect a lot. I think we're gonna get a lot of stuff like when we were looking at the Lil Nas X video, where people are just looking at they're having the shit spread around the grift sphere, so that's what they're reacting to. But I'm still, hell yeah, Timcast. Are we ready for Dim Tool? Everybody? Everybody's favorite beanie man? Let's go.
I want to talk to you guys about this new cartoon coming out in a couple.
God, he's so lame, dude. Like, Mighty Mulatto is super chat at $5. Lilith is in the Safaria, Legend of the Jews. Very crazy read. Adam is said to have left Eve and consorted with demons while separated from her. Based. Nice. I mean, is Lilith like a 9 foot tall mommy like in Diablo 4? Because, like, kind of would. Jules Joy 12 has subscribed to Prime. Thank you very much. Goodness gracious, getting a lot of Prime subs today, guys. Thank you. Yeah, no, let's go. Let's dig into this Pim tool.
Hours actually. It's called Has Been Hotel, and I'm seeing some outrage over it because it.
So, this is actually a really great framing device for Tim to at least show why Tim sucks. Because he's not even going, like, he hasn't even bothered to track down the source of this. He's not looking at the Amazon thing, which would actually be more effective to see, like, oh, look how they're showing it to your kids or whatever. He's just seeing from a viral tweet. Viral probably in the conservative space, that says the propagandists are now actively making moves to promote the veneration of powerful demons. In this case, Lilith, the patron demon of the patron demon of feminism. Corporations like Amazon and its media arm Prime are working with the devil. They are the enemy. Dog. Okay, well, I mean, then what does that say about this thing that, like, Amazon didn't make this. They funded it, but it was made by VivziePop. So, oh man,
is, as some describe, well, the veneration of demons. So you have this this story. Actually, I'll play the trailer.
I love how he doesn't acknowledge at all the patron saint of feminism, Lilith, because that's the dumbest shit I've heard all day.
For you guys,
The
first thing I want to say
demon.
is, I'm not acting like there's this big outrage campaign against it. There's just, I see people posting these things on Twitter talking about how it makes Lucifer to be the good guy. It eliminates the concept of God. It is a fictional show about demons in hell that are being killed by heaven, because heaven's actually the bad guys who want social order. And in hell, they're trying to convince bad people to repent so they can get let back into heaven. I don't see it as inherently, like, good or bad, but there is a question around producing content that is popular, winning a culture war. And
This, I fucking hate. This is one of the reasons why I dislike watching Tim Pool so much. Is because he is such a waffling bitch. Like, he never goes into something with his mind made. He tries to toe this line to like test the waters to make sure his fan base or other people won't get mad at him for thinking something. So he's always like, now I'm not saying if it's good or bad, it doesn't seem this, that, or the other. And then what did he just say? But there's something to be said for winning the culture war. And it's like, what? If there's something to be said, then say it, Tim. You have the mic. This is your show. Take an opinion on something. Like, we all know. And that's why he can get away with people. I still get people in my comments. I think I call them right wing, which is true, on one of my church infiltration videos, and people still in my comments are like, Tim Pool's not right wing. He's a classical libertarian. And I'm like, fucking bullshit. Like, everything he espouses, all of his friends, the things he supports, he's right wing. I don't care how much he's going to say, like, well, I like to listen to both sides, and I'm hearing this. Because at the end of the day, he doesn't actually listen to both sides. He has his mind made up about something. He just doesn't like to go out there and say it because he's too much of a pussy until he knows it's safe. Like Tim Pool needs, maybe more than any other creator on the right, needs a safe space.
And biblical teaching. So let me just play this for you, and then I'll get your guys' thoughts on it.
Once upon a time, there was a glowing city protected by golden gates, known as heaven. It was ruled by beings of pure
Monica Rosa,
light,
Rosado,
angels that worshipped
Monica
God and
Rosado
shielded all
has
from
followed.
evil.
Thank you very much for
Lucifer
following on
was one of
Twitch.
these angels. He was a dreamer with fantastical ideas for all of creation. But he was seen as a troublemaker by the elders of heaven, for they felt his way of thinking was dangerous to the order of their world. So he watched as the angels began to expand the universe in their ways. From the dust of earth, they created Adam and Lilith, equals as the first of mankind. But despite this, Adam demanded control, and Lilith refused to submit to his will. She fled the garden. Drawn in by her fierce independence, Lucifer found her, and the two rebellious dreamers fell deeply in love.
Anna Claire's
Together,
wincing.
They wished to share the magic of free will with humanity, offering the fruit of knowledge to Adam's new bride, Eve, who gladly accepted. But this gift came with a curse, for with this single act of disobedience, evil finally found its way into Earth. With it, a new realm of darkness and sin, and the order heaven had worked to maintain was shattered.
Yeah, Maxwell, really quick, just pausing on YouTube, Maxwell Zofka. Entertaining this as a subject of debate is practically picking a side. A regular person would dismiss it. Yeah, like a regular person would be like, it's not for me. Like if you don't like it, it's not for me. But he is purposefully, by engaging with it as an argument, he is purposefully like entertaining the idea that like, oh, is this satanic propaganda?
As punishment for their reckless act,
Witty, how many people
cast
could you
Lucifer
convince
and
that
his
MOP
love
was
into the
satanic?
dark
Everybody.
pit he had created, never allowing him to see the good that came from humanity, only the cruel and the wicked. Ashamed, Lucifer lost his will to dream. But Lilith thrived, empowering demonkind with her voice and her songs. And as the numbers of
Where is
hell
your mom
grew,
when we need her?
so did its power. Threatened by this, heaven made a truly heartless decision. That every year they would send down an army, an extermination, to ensure hell and its sinners could never rise against them. But Lilith's hope remained, and her dream was passed down to their precious daughter, the Princess of Hell. Don't worry, Mom. I'll make you proud.
So there's this, it's a show on YouTube. There's another show that's related to it. Super popular. It's got, they get like tens of millions of views. But basically, what I'm seeing from a lot of people, they're commenting saying that the propagandists...
Again, like, he doesn't do, and this is where I really get pissed off. I don't cover Tim a lot because if you can't tell, it just... Tim is such a ding-dong, and it pisses me off when he like calls it, because he refers to himself as a journalist. He's not a journalist, he's a content creator at best. And he's not a journalist for reasons like this, where he doesn't even do the legwork and the research on the things that he's talking about. He's saying, like, his research extends to this tweet that somebody basically gave to him, that came across his feed, and then scrolling down, and, seeing what the comments are saying. He's not doing his own research. Like, that's it. Like, I
don't think it's... I don't like that. Look, Prime, they're saying, like, Amazon Prime is doing this. Amazon Prime has Sound of Freedom on it, and it's actively promoting Sound of Freedom. I'll take it. It also is now launching this show. I think they saw a big audience. They said, let's take it. But the controversy arises in that this show makes it out that, one, that Lilith is real. And, you know, a lot of people... again, I'm...
Oh. Tim. Yeah, Odidum's on Twitch bringing it up. You think Sound of Freedom is real? Second, I don't think you can make the argument that this cartoon is trying to portray something as being real. This R-rated musical black comedy cartoon. Carry on.
I'm not a biblical scholar, but people are like, that's blasphemy. And that Lucifer is not a bad guy, but also people are
Enter
saying
the
it's not even
librarian.
actually biblical. There is no God.
Thank you for giving
Heaven is
giving me. They didn't say there's no God. Enzo the librarian has used 100 biddies. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I don't know why the alert box got dragged down.
evil. Heaven wants to just go and exterminate all these people by sending soldiers down to kill them. And my whole take on this is I think it's interesting because if your concern is that major media is funding massively shows that corrupt biblical teaching in some way, whether intentionally or otherwise, the answer is to build culture and counter it by making your own content, shows, cartoons, or otherwise. Complaining about it's not going to solve anything, but I'm curious what you guys think. If you...
I'm curious if you guys have an opinion, because I barely have one. This building culture shit, that just sounds like... That sounds like he's going to say... I wonder if he's going to say it on here, if he isn't tired of saying it already, but... culture is... Or whatever the fuck Ben Shapiro says about culture is downstream from art or whatever, which is their whole thing around making terrible knockoff dog shit movies like Lady Ballers and that Snow White movie, which I am so excited for. Unironically, I'm unironically excited for it. I'm gonna have to get Savvy in on watching that one for sure, and I might try and get Emma Thorne in if we can have like a movie night with them, because that would be so. The Brett Cooper movie. No, Renaroo, there is Daily Wire is making a Snow White movie with Brett Cooper. Raider Gaming, Jordan, glad I woke up and caught your stream. You look beautiful this evening. Thank you very much. It's no Chip Chilla, that's for sure. Yeah, Bevon, it's no Chip Chilla, but what is? Am I right? Come on. Aside from Bluey is just better Chip Chilla. Yeah. So let's hear what these people think about this thing where they don't have Dog Shark. Have you done a collab with Emma Thorne? No, but Savvy has. So I'm like, hypothetically, I could ask Savvy to reach out to Emma if I wanted to. But I mean, like, if you guys want, I said this with Fundy Fridays. I said it with Savvy. If you guys like the idea of me doing a collab with anybody, go into their comments and let them know. Like, go watch their content. Go hit them up on socials. Just let them know I exist and that you want to see them do stuff with me. Like, obviously, don't bother them about it. But, like, if that's something you want, like, let them know. Content creators, listen. I may reach out. That's actually not a bad idea for a good thing for all three of those. Mothmom Jess, Chip Chilla stole my hat. Yes. That tracks.
If it even matters.
It's
Chip
got
Chilla's a
amazing
little
production
shithead.
value. I will say that. Like, it looks well drawn.
Why were you wincing?
Okay. The thing is, it is sort of interesting to think of this as like a thought experiment where someone was like, I'm going to tell you the story, and then you have to spin it so it's completely the opposite of it. Like, in that way, it is almost fascinating what they have done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that bad of a thing, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not a Satanist, but it's just vice versa. It's just, it's entertainment.
Yeah, it is
like, what if God was evil? Or from the bad guy perspective, there's video games that let us see from the bad guy perspective.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of, like, restricting art. I think that you have to have, like, counterculture ideas, and this would be countercultural because, like, my Christian beliefs, of course. But, like, the other thing that is, like, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, did you who wrote this? Like, did you grow up in a church and learn the story and then you're like, but I have decided to change it? Or are you someone who doesn't understand like the story of Adam and Eve and everything, and you have been like, well, Adam actually seems like a really oppressive guy, and he wouldn't let Eve eat from the apple, and that's very rude. Like,
well, you saw like in
it
the
is
beginning,
almost crazy.
it's like Lilith would not submit to Adam to the man. 'cause
Yeah.
I'm done with him. He's spoken for like 2 minutes on this video. I've talked more than he has, and I've already had enough of him. I've had the right amount of you, Tim. Yeah, that's Odidums. Making God a bad guy is not new. Yeah, Hypno Amber. I did a video with Savvy Writes Books. Or we did a part 1, part 2 thing where we looked at the Daily Wire, and I fully recommend her video more than mine. When I saw how much more work she put into hers, because it was a weird, the way we cut it up was weird. And so like it was something that I would have to plan out better next time, and that's on me. But yeah, I enjoyed the chat with Savvy Writes Books, and Emma is consistently one of my favorites for sure. And the stuff that she does with like Kent Hovind is, I would say, like right up there with my work with the NIFB church. All right, so this guy is, I cannot see.
What's going on, everybody? So, man, I have been just spending time with my family. Specifically, I've been spending some one-on-one time with my wife, so I haven't really been on YouTube too much. But man,
Mockingbird is the silk song.
Share something that I saw with you guys recently. It was on Amazon. This show, I guess they had it in the works for quite some time, but when I saw, the cartoon, and when I saw, the story behind it, I just said, man, they just continue to, just do anti-Christ things. And so a lot of different things I saw
here's the funny thing is, if they actually watched the show for like 5 minutes, they would go even more crazy. And that's the thing I really want to see. Like, I want to see them hear and watch and listen to Angel Dust talk about having a banging body and fluff that everybody thinks are tits, and they have to be confused over what and who Angel Dust is. Like, that's what I want to see. I don't think they're going to get that, because a lot of these people are just like, they're just reacting like trailers and rumors
happening. Just scrolling through the internet, I like to look at what people are saying, what people are thinking, in the comment section. And so I saw this video where, there was some Palestinian people, there was some college students, there's this one Asian guy, he had his face covered up, and I'm not going to play the videos on here. You could go look for them yourself, but, they were asking, what do you think about Hitler? Right. And these guys were,
this feels like a non sequitur. What are we talking about here?
And we'll get into that in a minute. All right. I hope you guys can hear me well, but I just want to play. I'm not going to play the video because they're going to give a copyright strike, but I'm just going to show you some of the
Renaru. Angel Dust is non-binary in my heart. Angel Dust is not, like, canonically, he doesn't identify that way, I don't believe. But that, you cannot tell me. Angel Dust is non-binary in my heart. Flannery's Notebook. Hey, Dead Domain, this is my first time watching live. Hope your stream has been going well. Though based on the title of the stream, something tells me that's less than likely. It has surprisingly been going well. Yeah, like, it's a vibe. It's an impression that you get. Like, Doric, the tiefling in the new Dungeons and Dragons movie. Another one that I'm like, that character is non-binary headcanon.
Imagery, all right, and just kind of explain what their, how would you say, their idea was.
No, Krenna, this is a different guy.
Story, all right. So pretty much, all right, they're retelling this.
Okay, well, I need to find. Hang on. I need to go back because I want to find this video. I want to find what are we talking here? Marcus, Satan exposed. Marcus. All right, I'm gonna do my best here. Let's see if we can get a. No, it's not on there. That's all right. Then what the hell was he watching?
What's going on, everybody? So, man,
Nope.
I have been just
Stop
spending
it.
time with
Load.
my family.
Oh, it's a private upload. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
You know, false story out there that, you know, she was Adam's first wife, and pretty much.
Yeah, I guess this is just more stuff. All right, let's. I want to get to the spicy stuff at the end. Give me the doom and gloom about how this is.
The comments. So the one video I saw recently, there was this Asian guy. He had like half of his
Jam
face
Tomb, thank you
covered
very
like
much
a
for
mask, and,
subbing.
you know, they were asking him, you know, what do you think about Hitler? And he's like, you know, I think Hitler is a hero. And then, you know, there was a lot of people in the comments like, yo, I agree, you know, and there was so much hatred.
I don't know how he got here.
Now, like I said,
in like 4 minutes
before,
from
whether
that.
You think the people that are living
But
in Israel
I also
right
don't
now
care enough
are,
to,
you know, the real Jews or not, you know,
find out,
arguing, debating about that kind of stuff. I told you guys, the Antichrist spirit is this. The Bible says that God promised this land to Israel, promised this land to Abraham. Now the Palestinians pretty much say, look, that's not true, right? That the bottom line, that's the argument. Now you can argue about the people who are there. I'm not going to just defend people, right? Because people who don't have Christ, they can be doing all kinds of foul stuff. They can be living in sin. They can be living crazy, right? So I'm not going to.
Yeah, I'm not incredibly this one though, I have high hopes. I have high hopes like Pete Buttigieg for this one. I have a video I can whisper you that isn't just yapping if you want it. Send it to me on Twitter because I'm not logged in on Twitch on this browser.
Hollywood siding with Satan.
Hell yeah. All right, let me see. Christian, the Western Journal. Let me see if I can read this. Yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. Okay, I will look that up real quick. Thank you for the goats. Cubus, thank you for following. Welcome to the flock. Gotta have high hopes for a living. Right? Oh man, I would love if the Lego movie guy, I don't think he's making movies anymore. I want yeah, sorry, you're seeing a mix of spam bots in my chat. Enzo the Librarian, thank you for cheering. Awesome singing, TT. Do not, I mean, Renneru, if you want to go ahead and clip that, be my guest. Yeah. Thank you very much, 2D Siggy. Can I do a cover of like what? Like Foreigner's all-time classic, I Want to Know What Love Is? I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. Like that? I want to feel what love is. I am so sorry. I don't understand how anybody comes into the chat right now and is like, yes, I'm going to sub to this. Oh my goodness. My dog, that got my dog very excited. I don't know do a cover of a Christian rock song. Do you think I know Christian rock songs? What? Scallywag Rascal, I do not know Poison well enough to cover it. I can't do, is that Smooth Criminal? Yeah, no, that is Smooth Criminal. I was like, I can't do Smooth Criminal. I can do Smooth Criminal. But my Smooth Criminal is just the Alien Ant Farm video, and it's not, here's the thing. I still have the, like, mental acuity of a child when it comes to hearing music. So I don't, unless I go look up the lyrics, I don't process what the words are saying. So my version of Smooth Criminal is just like, like that's all I can really do. And do you want me? Do you want me? Are you okay? You've been hit by, you've been struck by. That's the gist of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just that. Woke fractal broken. I don't know what that means. Remember Switchfoot? No? What are you gonna ask? Are you gonna, like, you're pulling out some deep cuts. You're like, hey, remember Snow Patrol? Shimon. Crane was taken. Jordan really thought they could play the song and pretend they were singing and we wouldn't notice. I love that. That's very funny of you. Or what was I was just gonna say? Do Disturbed. Okay. I think I can do a my throat is still recovering, so it might not be. So what was it's like that coughing sound he makes in Down with the Sickness. I did it once with if any Game Informer heads out there know Ben Hansen, who was the Game Informer, one of the video editors for a long time. I went over to Ben Hansen's house when I was an intern for Game Informer in Minneapolis, and we played with all the other interns and Brian Shea and some of the other editors. We played Rock Band, and I got to do Down with the Sickness, and I got to show off because it's like a from the, because he goes, oh wah, oh wah, oh, like that. I can't do Y'all Want a Single. I do know that song. Suck that, suck that. I can do, what's their... Because here's the thing. Korn voice is basically Marilyn Manson voice. And also, who's saying Down with the Sickness is a terrible song? Stop it. Oh, that makes me sad, Najra. Getting down with the sickness, getting right with Christ. Down with the sickness sometimes when your throat feels solid. Other than that, David Draymond's vocal range isn't too terribly far from mine. I think he has a higher, upper range than I do, but like I can pretty much follow him through all of Sound of Silence, which is like a really good showcase of his voice. Yeah, more like Marilyn Canceled. Sweet dreams are made of these. Like it's when you hear it, that the way that the voice works is very similar to Korn. Because what's like a Korn? Keep holding on when my brain's ticking like a bomb. Da, 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 da. Unlike nothing I have heard, sing along, mockingbird, don't affect me. I'm coming undone tonight. Oh, that's a pretty good one. That's a banger. But it is very similar to, like Marilyn Manson's. Like, because I'm trying to, what's a different, I know a lot of Marilyn Manson music. I haven't listened to it in years because fuck that dude. But, beautiful people, the beautiful people. Feeling like a freak on a leash. I don't, the part of me, the part of me. You guys are just getting so much new metal in my head now, and it's all mixing up. Dope show. In the dope show. See, like, I don't know any Marilyn Manson. Like, I guess I don't know enough Marilyn Manson to be like, oh, I really know this. Or I really haven't listened to his stuff in years. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't know about the anti-Semitism for the longest time because I wouldn't listen to, like I would just listen to music. Like I didn't know much about the people behind who made it through most of high school. And then when I found out about it was around the time of Marilyn Manson's like abuse allegations that I learned about the anti-Semitism stuff, and I was like, I'm good. Honestly, I'm good. I don't need it at all. Anthrax is not new metal. Lane Kaplan. Anthrax is not new metal. What do you... No. Stop it. Anthrax is not new metal. I gotta put that back a little bit. Ah. Okay. Nope, a little bit more. Banana Brains EF, thank you very much for following. Yeah, Anthrax is one of the big four of thrash. Like Pantera, Megadeth, Metallica, Anthrax. Put some respect on Scott what's-his-face's name. Anthrax isn't a drug, it's a chemical. Yeah, no, nobody should be taking anthrax as a drug. Let me tell you, if you've decided to take anthrax as a drug, you've gone the wrong way. Oh, it is Slayer, isn't it? I don't know. I don't listen to Slayer. It's a drug if you want it to be. Scott Ian, that's what it is. Y'all are still going recreation. I'm so... Lane Kaplan, I didn't mean to be mean to you. I'm the man created new metal. It's not legal recreationally. No, it's not legal recreationally. Omen Crane, thank you very much for following. I did say Pantera, didn't I? That's my bad. Well, Pantera isn't a band anymore, Reed. Pantera, like, the guitarist got killed. It's actually a really fucked up story. And I believe Slayer might be more right wing. I don't know. A lot of people, like, a lot of metal and rock artists, when they get older, like, their guys become very... It's like we were talking about with David Draymond. Like, they just become very, like, pro-establishment. It's just lame. Like I really didn't like the last Disturbed album. Like, I haven't liked a Disturbed album, like, really loved one in a long time. But fucking the last Disturbed album was really just, like, generic but generic shit of just, like, an old guy complaining about how much kids don't like hearing his opinions online. It's just really, it just sucks. Just sucks. I am glad Ozzy never went that direction. I'm glad, like, you know, Dio, God rest his soul, never went that direction. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, and knowing the Slayer rings like Five Finger Death Punch to me a little bit, where, like, any artistry they had once upon a time is overshadowed by just, like, their commitment to a very shitty bit of being just, like, real tough, like, tough music for tough guys, and it's just like, I don't fucking like Five Finger Death Punch. I always thought sucked. Even their stuff on the radio, like, when they were popular, I was just like, man, this just blows. Like, I can listen to a lot of stuff from that era, like Static X, Drowning Pool, all that shit, but put on fucking, like, Five Finger Death Punch, get out of here. Ugh. Yeah, stealing. It's a definition of bro music. And then also, oh my god. All right, so one of my favorite, and go sub to his channel. If you like metal music, go check out the Metal Meltdown. It's one of my favorite, like, review channels, because he does really good stuff. And especially with, like, he's not afraid to take on the actual political stances of stuff, and he's pretty based. He's pretty cool. So I would go check out Metal Meltdown. And especially after, is it Satan? Oh God, Devil Daddy, which was a project from somebody of Five Finger Death Punch, I think, and it's some of the worst music I've ever heard. Like, and he did some pretty good stuff on there. FFDP has a few songs that resonate with combat veterans. Like, there are a couple of them that will reduce us to tears, and that, I feel like that is valid. Like, I obviously can't say, like, hey, you know, like, okay, when I give my opinion on a piece of art, that is what it means to me. But there's nothing to say that cannot mean something to you. It's just not going to mean that to me. Psycho Sinner, that Devil Daddy, that's what it was. That's what I was talking about. So like if you find that valuable, like totally, absolutely. And also I do want to say, when I talk mostly, like I feel like ballads and like soulful songs are exempt from most criticism, unless they're particularly like bad. Those generally stand apart. Like those, like when an artist really bears their soul, it takes it to a different level than their regular output, I think. And yeah, somebody was talking about Paul Stanley and Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper, God, that shit hurts, man. I love Alice Cooper. And it is so ridiculous. Like Alice Cooper's music, and because he did a whole, like his last album had a song in it that was basically all just like telling kids to shut up and not make music political. It's like all of his music through the 70s was politics. Like Generation, Landslide, and Elected. Like he had so many bangers that were all about shitting on the establishment, all about like dissecting why people in society are miserable. And now, like, he's just another fucking old guy, and it sucks. Yeah, no more Mr. Nice Guy, too. I know. Hex 000, that's why I don't have idols. My only idol is Ronnie James Dio, so I both lucked out and didn't. That's why I stopped. I actually used to when I was in high school. This is way off topic, but I used to be and I still am. I never hung it back up because I had my Godzilla poster up behind me, because that's the only poster I have that doesn't have glare on it. But I have my original Wasp poster right here, and this is from Kerrang. This was a fold out way back in the 80s because I love Wasp. And back in the 80s, back in the high school era where I was really going through Wasp, Blackie Lawless was like a huge hero of mine, and he's not anymore because he's like a massive conservative kind of dickhead, which sucks. Anywho. How did we get on this topic? Way back in the 1980s. No, Jane Derp, I am not that old. I am not that old. Not nearly. I sung a song. Yeah, Killer Evan, you're right. You're right. I started singing. Okay, let's get back to this. I actually wanted to. Was it? Oh, pro Satan cartoon is new cuties moment. Oh, that's gonna be a good one. All right, yeah. Okay, let me. This one looks really unhinged, so I'm gonna go into this one real quick.
Once again, this time it's through an animation that's on Amazon called Has Been Hotel, and basically it's about the child of Satan, which of course is a female, and this satanic
I don't
princess
get why that's
who goes by
of course
Morningstar. She's trying to figure out a way to get demons to go to heaven. And one episode has a feature song that says, quote, "If you don't mind the smell, it's a happy day in hell." If you don't mind the smell, it's a happy.
Okay, so that song, because I've seen that first episode and he obviously hasn't. Charlie is the one who thinks it's a happy day in hell. Everybody else is miserable. Like, everybody else is like, it's a shitty day in hell. It's also a musical comedy. But whatever, continue. Carry on. As you were.
Happy day in hell, which again means hell is a good thing. And it doesn't matter whether you're a believer or not. The matter of fact is, these satanic bastards within the mainstream, they are believers. And how you equate this to, what's going on in society, if you don't mind the smell, it's a happy day in hell. Hell, just look at San Francisco, California.
Oh, this guy's
That's a prime
on one.
example
Oh, I love
of
this.
what that song represents. Yeah, if you don't mind the smell of the human feces, of the drug addicts, of the non-stop illegals,
Oh, I love this guy.
and the smell of death and crime, which they love to enable in liberal cities such as that, then, it's a happy day in hell. And so, again, these people apply
All right, I'm gonna pump him up a little
their
bit.
satanic beliefs in real life, day-to-day society. I mean, again, that's the core of their belief when it comes to pushing transgenderism, particularly on children.
What?
I mean, it's at the end of the day,
Fucking what? They're pushing transgenderism on kids? Why did nobody tell me? No, where did that come from? Where was the... Can everybody hear this cat right now? This cat wants food so bad.
you can describe it in many ways, but at the end of the day, you can just simply describe it as satanic. And that's what they're all about. And of course there are people claiming that they're going to boycott Amazon, particularly, Christians. We'll see how far that actually goes. I think I've given my thoughts, especially when I'm talking about the TD Jake situation on so-called Christians in America. A lot of them are very secular, and quite frankly, the only thing that distinguishes them from secular folks is that from time to time they'll attend church. Anyway, to give you more detail on what really got people in a tizzy, like a specific episode, it was, I believe, the premiere episode.
It's because because that was the part that was put out on social media, and they didn't show anything else. Again, if they could just watch like 5 minutes of the show and get to the part where Angel Dust, a male character who's dressed very femininely and slutty, is talking about sucking dicks and using his body, like, the meltdown would be so much better. But they don't actually watch the stuff. Like, oh, it's the equivalent of that meme about, like, when the miner's like digging and it turns back right before they strike gold. Yes, Jammed Bomb, Jam Tomb, I think they absolutely do think that.
And Lucifer is the hero / victim in the situation. And also they portray Adam, of Adam and Eve, they portray him as a patriarchal, a oppressive patriarch towards his wife.
Banana Brains, my algorithm doesn't know what to give me, but it's okay. It gives me good stuff every now and then because of that.
That whole narrative, talking about, women, being responsible for us not having paradise, that's something that the feminists, which the mainstream, of course, pushes, something that the feminists don't want to accept, which is why there's no such thing as a Christian that's liberal, when liberals assign to all of these various ideologies, which looks at your faith as being against sexist, racist, and phobic, for not recognizing the pretend gender identities.
God,
The premise on IMDb says this whole series is supposed to be about, in an attempt to find a nonviolent alternative for reducing hell's overpopulation, the daughter of
they really can't stop thinking about trans people.
A group of misfit demons.
Yeah, also, I have no idea what this Christian Bale thinks Satan thing is about.
Trying to make victims out of evil people. And like I stated before, you see them do this in real life situations all the time, portraying sexual predators as people who are just trying to win tolerance for their, fetishes or beliefs.
What?
Or I guess they don't characterize them as beliefs. Their identity, with the pride parades, portraying those people as good people. Or again, actual criminals who rob, physically assault, kill people, trying to portray them as victims. Oh, it's because of racism they did it. It's because of poverty they did it. Systematic racism and historical oppression. That's why they did it. But again,
what is he talking about?
People killed in real life with these ideologies, including themselves and their allies. Which I always like to highlight to show you how they're willing to sacrifice, not just babies in the womb, but people who are walking around living, grown adults, based on their political leanings. And so again, I say, believe people when they tell you who and what they are. 'cause a lot of times
Banana Brain ZEF, right.
Other events.
I remember that.
Have people, celebrities within Hollywood, hailing Satan, praising the Satanic Church, that black building that Marilyn Manson attended, who, funny enough, they've canceled. And people say, "Oh, it's just in jest."
So
well, a lot of people confess.
If which we have, we stand canceling Marilyn Manson. But if we canceled Marilyn Manson, doesn't that kind of throw your whole thing into disarray? Like, he's an actual priest in the Satanic Temple, or the Church of Satan. Sorry, not the Satanic Temple.
Their true feelings, their beliefs, who and what they really are. They confess those things under the guise of jokes. And you don't just get people who do that within the mainstream, but outside the mainstream as well.
Okay, let me go. Let me see what else this guy has going on. What about orcs will rise against racism?
The orcs have been downtrodden, beaten, and enslaved for years, for centuries, for millennia, for eons. But one brave day, on the universal scrolls of the verse, was finally brave enough to reveal this long-held and well-known truth.
Oh, okay.
The orcs of our world are victims of racism.
Okay, it's terrible audio quality. 2 days ago. This guy is all over the place. Did we find a Middle Earth YouTube channel? We did not. We did not. His like thumbnail game is rough stuff. God damn, he's posting all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if he's into Yakub. Five days ago, 6 days ago. Shit, man. Soy boy YouTuber claimed passport bros a conservative. Oof. Vulgar language and creepy characters, and it's set in hell. This is terribly written, by the way. The Western version. Hey! Knock it off. You're fine. You're fine. There's nothing out there. There's nothing out there. Birchwolf, thank you very much for dropping by. This is horribly written. Animated feature with satires of Disney tunes and vulgar language and creepy characters, and it's set in hell, and it's about demons who want to be redeemed and they can't do it, and there's this satanic princess, Charlie Morningstar. She's trying to figure out a way to get demons to heaven. One episode has a feature song that says, if you don't mind the smell, it's a happy day in hell, and there are all kinds of degradation and bad junior high humor. This is all one sentence. This is all... What in the run-on... are you kidding? You pussy. Did I get it all? No, but it doesn't make any difference. That's all I could watch. Squidator, Squidideer, thank you for following. Mark Salmonez, have you seen Has-Been Hotel? I have seen the first episode. It's based on it, and then I started watching Miami Vice. So if you can tell by my now viral tweet about Miami Vice. Dog. What? She did not like that, you guys. I just mockingly woofed at her, and she just looked at me like, don't make fun of me. Twitch83, thank you very much for following. Interesting that it's the good angels that create the world, not God, and Lucifer, heaven's problem child, is the hero victim. Also interesting is that in the garden, Adam is portrayed as being oppressive to his wife, who in this case is named Lilith, and she rebels. True, feminism can be traced to foundational issues in the garden. What? But who knew it was this explicit? In her rebellion, Lilith unites with Lucifer to make the great love story, and they go to hell and are regularly attacked by the good angels who happen to have crosses on their robes. Yeah, because they're from heaven. This is so, like, this is bonkers how badly written this is. Like, the Federalists. Oh, I love this. Give me a John Daniel Davidson. Oh, look, a new Amazon Prime show in which Lucifer and the demons of spawn of demons are the courageous heroes. Adam's original sin is patriarchy. God and his angels are cruel villains, and humanity's free will is lionized as the highest good. I don't know. Geez, Gina, I have an unrelated question. As a non-binary person, how do you refer to yourself as a lady's parent? I'm MB, but I still call myself my dog's mom. I call myself lady's mama, and I also... I mostly just use parent, though, honestly. Wicked. Wicked is a funny word for people to use. There's a lot of people in those comments having a good time. Good on them. Truly from Satan, glorifying Satan. Another X user said of the video. Ooh. I love that. I love the Western Journal equipping readers with the truth, and they are citing as a source a random Twitter account. Oh, very good. Love it. Canceling my Prime subscription. Have fun. Some might say it's just harmless satire and we should lighten up, but such entertainment embeds itself in our thoughts. Thoughts lead to action. Ah! Saul Alinsky's. Oh, man. That's so good. That's like some mid-2000s Glenn Beck era shit. Rules for Radicals. Oh, good stuff. All right, this will be our last look at Has-Been for the night.
Earlier this year, we reported that Amazon had overtaken Disney Plus and Hulu for the first time for streaming.
Seth Rogen, is that you? Seth Rogen, what are you doing on right-wing YouTube? Come on, buddy. Give me that goofy little laugh. Lady is suspicious of Seth Rogen as well.
Numbers. Amazon had put itself now in contention with Netflix. All alone, those two up atop the mountain. Disney Plus falling down, down, down. So what are you to do with all that success? Well, put out a cartoon celebrating Satan, of course.
This has been in development for like 5 or 6 years. Like, even longer than that. It's not something that they just popped out really quick. Also, it's not for children. Like, and I thought I would see more of that. A lot of people seem to acknowledge that it's an adult animated comedy, which is good. Thank you. But, what? Also, this music is terrible. I hate this. What?
Hello, folks. Welcome to the Pro Channel. Happy to have each and every one of you.
Oh, we have We have multiple voices, and look, they managed to get a peasant pig farmer right from the Middle Ages. Oh, blessings be upon us today, my friends.
Out there.
I'm not mocking his weight or anything. I'm mocking this hairdo beard combo. Hairdo beard. Everything else could be totally fine. Hairdo beard, not working for me.
It is a glorious day to have Steve of Floral from Under a Rock and Tommy Tables, who leads so much of our member-exclusive content, joining us today.
Show face, coward.
Welcome to you both, gentlemen.
Hello.
Thank you.
That's right. Guys.
Grim Diesel. Man's got that my lord look. Do you know the Muffin Man?
Amazon overtook Disney Plus and Hulu, and we reported on that. We had all the articles. We talked about it. It was a big deal. Disney falling down, others rising up. Jeff Bezos had to be happy. And then they decided to do, well, this. In response to their sudden success, they're working very hard to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory, to switch that around. Prime Video is all in today with the Has-Been Hotel. It says down here below in Prime Video.
He's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man!
Of all of Prime Video right now, it's a happy day in hell. Has-Been Hotel is now streaming. So folks might say, well, what is Has-Been Hotel? And, well, we would love to show you what it is. Unfortunately, we'll have to do this a little bit frame by frame, simply because, folks, we don't want to get in trouble with copyright. But Prime Video is posting this, and it's going all over social media.
I think Grim Diesel, I think he's putting on a Seth, like, I don't think he's putting on a Seth Rogen voice, but I think he is putting on a voice, because I've noticed a lot of these guys, and unsurprisingly, but a lot of men in the right-wing space are very, like, especially on these lower, like, smaller channels, they're very insecure about how they sound, so they do, like, really try and, like, push their voice out a little bit. You're a monster! Not the
Heaven and Hell, like you've never seen it before. Here is the opening scene of Has-Been Hotel, premiering Friday on
Gingy was another one I did as a kid a lot.
And before you get to that, I just think it's funny that this is also right on the heels after it's been announced that Amazon Prime is going to be launching into the territory of faith content.
Oh, you just didn't get the faith right. This is the
faith. They never specified which faith.
There was a glowing city, protected by golden gates, known as heaven. It was ruled by angels that worshipped good, not God, of course. Although they do have some very interesting depictions of those angels.
Which is clearly based on Revelation.
Exactly. So this is squarely biblical. This is squarely Christian. Except I would say it's squarely anti-Christian. And shielded all from evil, Lucifer was one. He was a dreamer with fantastical ideas for all of creation. A troublemaker by the elders.
I've now had to watch them go over this like multiple times now.
So we are not devil worshippers. How absurd. Also, Hollywood, check out this new show where the devil
Titty
is
Cook, thank you very much for subbing.
And this just keeps going. Nathan says blasphemous.
It makes me want to watch the show for sure.
I mean, there is...
Okay, I know it's... Hey, come here. Yes, good girl, you're okay. Hey, you're okay. There you go. Yeah. You're okay. You're okay, you big baby. She's looking at me like, are you sure? There's loud noises out there. You're fine. It's very funny because my dog sounds tough, but she is an absolute little bean. Like, I had repair guys come into my apartment today, and she knows them both now, and so she, like, got zoomies and ran back and forth all, like, the entire time they were here. Just, like, play with me. Oh, my gosh, I love you. He's such a goofball.
So, there's almost nothing in here that is positive about this show. Almost nothing. It is almost universally condemning and bad.
I really like that one comment where it says Satanism plus Powerpuff Girls.
Where was that at? Yes, Jewish.
Hollywood not be satanic pedophiles for 5 minutes challenge impossible. Normal people. Jewish mysticism. Very normal stuff to Very normal.
Mysticism plus Powerpuff Girls.
How's the ceiling
plus a
doing?
week too
Takashito, it is still leaking. However, I did have people come in and look at it. I believe the leak it's going to be fixed tomorrow. So I at least have a baseline of what's going to happen. And now my dog is fine with all the people, so I'm less worried about that. But it's still annoying because I like being able to go out and do stuff during the day, and I can't. So, is also fine. John Baybridge, it's not fixed yet. It's getting there. Apple Bandito, thank you very much for following.
much feminism equals the mashup nobody expected or wanted.
I love that.
I mean, listen, this just doesn't. Okay, here's the first one that is positive. Has Been Hotel is coming. Soon the doors will open and the road to redemption and repentance begins. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's positive. Maybe that's positive.
That's
I'm canceling
probably
my Prime subscription today.
Yeah.
This is vile. Is Lucifer really that bad? I mean, all he wants is to destroy every last one of us.
That's not the Bible. Literally never says that about Satan. Never. So.
I mean, this is
it's very funny that they're responding to this fiction with, like, if you were to take the Bible as truth, okay, and you were to say, hey, Bible is truth, this thing is trying to spin a lie, by adhering to things like Satan wants to kill everybody, you are also spinning a lie even by the thing that you are saying is true. Enzo the Librarian has used 100 bits. They're basically complaining about Bible fan fiction. No one showed them the Divine Comedy. Oh my God. Divine Comedy would go so hard today.
Oh my God.
And honestly, I need to watch more of it. But honestly, something like Has Been isn't too far what I think a modern rendition of a Divine Comedy would look like.
Essentially, guys, here's the thing. Is it worth it? When they did the risk assessment or the risk analysis, if they did one at all, if they did the market assessment, is it worth it? I know, there's probably a way to...
Let me tell you what the risk assessment on this was. Amazon looked at somebody at Amazon, and probably at A24, looked at the series that had millions and millions of views, a dedicated built-in fan base, a ridiculous, obscene amount of fan art. Like, literally, when I was looking for a thumbnail to share this to share this stream, I had a hard time finding it because there's so much more fan art of Angel Dust than there is actual screenshots out there. Amazon saw that, and then they saw dollar signs. That's the risk analysis they did.
Do this, but in light of the fact you just took second place and you just watched Disney crater, and that's what gave you the chance to do this, why?
Well,
why?
I think that, and I think Tommy and I had talked about this before at some point.
Ooh, that reminds me. I need to play more Cult of the Lamb. I need to go back to that.
Kind of the first Hollywood attempt to breach into this field.
What was it? Hang on, I missed it.
Well,
why?
I think that, and I think Tommy and I had talked about this before at some point, but the Golden Compass, right? That was kind of the first Hollywood attempt to breach into this field.
You are saying the Golden Compass was the first attempt at Hollywood to break into what field? Sacrilege? Because I remember I wasn't allowed to read the Golden Compass when I was a kid because it was like sacrilegious. But also, no. Like I'm relatively sure Keanu Reeves' Constantine predates the Golden Compass. Relatively sure The Last Temptation of Christ predates the Golden Compass. Those are two I don't know why those two came out to me. But, like, there are so many. Bruce Almighty, that's another great example. No? What?
It just never goes over well, right? And that's what's interesting, right? Our culture never actually buys into it. So innately...
No, it's because our culture never actually buys into it. It's because the Golden Compass was part of a glut of movies in between Harry Potter and Twilight. I don't know if people remember this, but there was an era of Harry Potter adaptations. Everybody wanted that sweet, sweet Harry Potter moolah. Because they wanted a book series that was fantasy, they could make a franchise off of, that they could sell for like 10 things. That's why we had 4 Narnia movies. They didn't finish that one. That's why we had like The Book Thief and fucking Golden Compass and a couple other ones I can't even remember because they were just like, you have a fantasy book for kids, give it to us, we'll sell it. And then Twilight came out, and then that shifted a little bit more to, and then Hunger Games, I feel really, like, Twilight led to Hunger Games, and then Hunger Games kind of set the marker for, they're going to do City of Bones, they're going to do Mortal Instruments, they're going to do Divergent, and they're going to do The Maze Runner and all of those. The Last Mimsy, good God. And, like, so, like, the overarching theme here is money. Artemis Fowl, Percy Jackson is another one in the post Harry Potter era. Artemis Fowl was in like hell, development hell for years. The reason the Golden Compass didn't catch on, buddy, is because it wasn't a great movie. Like, a lot of them, they weren't made with the talent and the verve of that original Harry Potter. Like, say what you want about Harry Potter, those first two Harry Potter movies, shot on film, Christopher Columbus at the helm, the lighting, the composition, like practical sets and effects, get out of here. That's good shit. That's good shit. I think those are the only two I'll probably ever rewatch. That first Harry Potter movie is good. Like, stereotypes aside, it's pretty good. A Chronicle of Blarney, that's pretty good. Nerd with the Suit. The first two stories in general are good, but J.K. Rowling is when she wanted everything to be on Tolkien level, but she just wasn't cut out for it. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my gosh, B. Parker. Also, old heads remember the freak out over Da Vinci Code. I do. I remember freak out over Da Vinci Code. That was, for some reason, in my mind, that was concurrent with, like, the Passion of the Christ, even though I don't know if it actually was.
Everyone just kind of just goes like, weird. Some people might be interested, whatever, and just be able to look through
this is a complete. This is a fascinating look at how to completely misread a situation and why things happen. Because they are trying to do like cultural analysis here, but they're not taking the bigger context of the stuff I just said there. Maestro, I like the third. I think the fourth one is kind of where I drop off of the Harry Potter series, but those first two, and the first one in particular. The first one was shot with film. And if you watch part 1 and 2, and I think 2 was shot with film, I believe, as well. Maybe 2 was when they went digital. But Chris Columbus had the entire style of those films is so much more colorful. And especially when you compare it to like the later movies, which came out in a like post The Dark Knight, post Christopher Nolan world. Not post Christopher Nolan, but post The Dark Knight. Like, everything in those movies is desaturated to shit. And it makes it, especially like watching them all, if you watch them back to back, it makes for a very drab viewing experience for this world that should be so like lively and brilliant and colorful. And like, as unoriginal as Harry Potter is in its world building, the first movie captures the childlike wonder of magic so well. Because it is so colorful, because it pops, and it also helps that, like, the fact that it's on film, it gives it this warmth and texture to like like you feel the warmth of like the fire in the like torches lighting the hallways and shit. Like it just has there's something to it, you know? And I feel the same way about like the music. It was like the music when it, oh God, like that first movie, something good. Like it really hits on something that the other ones, they lose. And yeah, and I think, and that's a problem that happened a lot in the early 2000s, because digital wasn't like a big thing unless it was big blockbuster movies, but it wasn't a big thing until, let's say it was the Star Wars movies that really got the trend going on full digital. when I think they showed companies, what could be accomplished with CG, the prequel movies. And so, like, when you go back and watch a lot of movies from the early 2000s and stuff, it's so weird because I watched a random movie from 95 and I was like, oh shit, right, film. Like, film has just this different quality and flavor and texture. And yeah, I miss that. Like, it's so hard to... I think Lord of the Rings was film. I think Lord of the Rings was film. And like, it really, it sounds like, just like I know it sounds like film bro, like, oh, just like when people say, oh, the LP sounds better than digital, like, oh, the album just has a better sound quality when you play it off a record, and it's like, yeah, like, no, but when you really see it, when you really like pop it doesn't need to be on VHS, but when you really see something that was recorded on film versus something that was made digitally, and especially in that 2000s era where people in the post like kind of Matrix era, people got really into grading entire movies, and you see a lot with Saw and the Platinum Dunes Texas Chainsaw movies, and Saw kind of ushered in an era of doing that. And the thing is, I do like those movies a little bit more for it because they give it a grit. They give it a grain. Like, Saw feels like you're going to get hepatitis just by, like, watching it. Like, being in that bathroom. It feels awful. Goodness gracious, we have a lot of raiders. Rating me with... Squidator has rated me with a party of 35. Thank you very much, Soka Films, Katrina Kaiju. Wow. We were just showing off Kaiju and stuff earlier. Patrick W. Dune, you would make a good film critic. Almost like I've been a media critic for a couple years. Monday, we were just talking about the je ne sais quoi of film over digital, and how the Golden Compass came out in a digital era. And yeah, and there were, like, I think one of the worst examples, because you got into that like over-grading territory, and then there was the overexposed era, that a lot of action movies did it to like give them a little bit more style where they didn't actually have it in either like the production design or the style or whatever, the like panache of moving the actual camera. And one of the worst examples is Book of Eli, where it's like, Book of Eli should be a really cool movie, like, but it is so overgraded to shit that during the daylight scenes, it might as well be black and white. Like, it is so just like almost white and black and white. Mark Salmonea, speaking of which, I love your Spider-Man commentary video. Thank you very much. And not oversaturated in the colors, over contrasted is what I should say, because it drains out the color but brings out the blackness and the lines behind everything. Filmed in blue, I see. Yeah. Well, I mean, and it's also a thing that I think made, like, good use of color can change everything. And if you don't know that, this was the thing that for literal years, Mad Max Fury Road was going to be graded like, let me show you Book of Eli real quick. Just give an idea of what we're dealing with, what we're talking about visually here. This is the way the whole movie looks. Right? And it's a stylistic choice to a certain extent. But it makes it look visually very drab, and it's supposed to. But that doesn't make it interesting. This was how, for a long time, Mad Max Fury Road let me see if I can find it. Is there were scenes like, yep, here it is. This was what the grading on the movie was originally going to look like. Like if y'all, I know that's kind of behind the, like it is that kind of grading as seen in, there was another one. Oh, here's another. These are production screenshots that were shown as promo images. So before the movie was finished in editing, this is what it was going to look like. Like, this is how the film was graded. And now, which is like, this is the perfect example of how that kind of thing completely changes a film. Because while Mad Max at its core, Fury Road would have always been that great of a film, probably one of the most memorable things about it is how goddamn colorful it is. How much the blue pops against the orange of the sand. Like, everything is like, here is literally the difference. Here's this to this. And this is still digital editing, though. Like, this is still, they oversaturated it. They brought the saturation of the colors up. And it gives it, yeah, I've seen people talking about it gives it an actual luster. It gives it a vibe. But then you go back and look at it's 2004? Really? Damn. Like something like this, also shot on digital. And the grading here, and this might be a little bit off from what it looks like on a Blu-ray or anything, but the grading here, because it is in this blue bathroom, if you were to, here's another little lesson in color. If you were to film this in stark light, you can see that it would be mostly white and then brown. Like, it's going to be brown, orange, hues of rust, dirt, muck, all that stuff, which is gross. But by overgrading it into this blue tone, you give the entire thing a different feeling, where it feels suddenly cold. It feels a little bit more uncomfortable because of that cold. And the original, like the James Wan and say whatever you want about the Saw movies not being narrative masterpieces, for so long they were the aesthetic, and they became an aesthetic blueprint for a large amount of movies in the 2000s moving forward after that, especially in this. Whenever I was talking about the post Matrix era. This Matrix was one of the first movies that became like it has such a slight grade to it, but you look at this. Here's another example of color grading where everything in the Matrix was given this sickly yellow green because it was supposed to feel unnatural. Like that was the intent behind it. Sorry. I apologize. My ADHD pills, I think, went off or turned off a little bit. So I am. That was my bad. I'm sorry, y'all. That was an ADHD moment. This is what happens when I when I go off of stuff. Stealing, thank you very much for joining in. Have a great rest of your night. Sorry you're going, or I guess have a good night going to bed. Also supposed to look like old analog monitor. Yep. I'm in my 40s, so I watched TV and movies before digital growing up. The digital effects have added a richness and vibe that the old films didn't have, while also taking away a bit from the old vibe that I grew up with. I'm going to toot my own horn a little bit here. And I'm going to play a scene that I went somewhat viral on Twitter for, but I think it's a great example. And I was enraptured by this. when I saw it. I started watching. I've been in a weird like vaporwave 80s kick lately, and so I started watching Miami Vice. And there's this scene in the first in the opening like pilot episode. Let me get to my... And it is such a immaculate representation of... And this is filmed on a film budget, or not a film budget, on a TV budget. And it is such a great representation of how stylish film, like film stock, can be when you really look at it. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. And because like this is a great lesson, and I understand why, because I've had a bunch of people in my comments telling me like, oh, I use this for my film class, or I've taught this in my film class, because it is such a amazing example of how like I want everybody to watch this. If you don't know Miami Vice, that's fine, because this scene, everything about it tells you everything you need to know, with like 4 lines of dialogue and Phil Collins' classic "In the Air Tonight." Like, it's so good. So we're gonna check this out real quick, because this is a great example of how the color of film brings a texture to things, especially with lighting, as we'll see. The quality there, the texture is all from the film. Like, it is all from being able to see from the very beginning. Like, you have this scene right here where they're both sitting, and it's all the lighting from the city. Like, the lighting feels natural because it's film, not digital, because they can't digitally edit it afterwards, which is something you see this a lot in the modern like Star Wars and Marvel shows, especially because Disney makes all of those on sound stages for the most part, with very few like practical sets and very few practical effects compared to like stuff in the past. So what you get is some of these shows are like dark as shit. Like, they're hard to watch sometimes because they have to be that way so they can cover up flaws in editing, or just because that's the color palette they want to go with. But that's something that also can happen with digital. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not more, because it's got 24K views. But yeah, anyway. That's my little... When I saw that, I was blown away. I was blown away. Because it was, like, we have an idea in our head of, like, oh, the artistry of film and TV, and especially, like, anything before Sopranos on TV isn't, like, it can't be that good, or can't be that serious. Which... Sopranos did change the game, largely. Sopranos, The Wire, I would say Oz probably in that era too. But stuff like this set the blueprint, Roxas, thank you very much, and have a great rest of your night. It's a hell of a show. I am enjoying it a fair amount. Don Johnson is the coolest looking motherfucker in that show. He's so fucking cool looking. Oh, ow. Oof. Yeah, exactly. Maxwell Glover, the Han Solo movie is so dark in its picture composition, almost hard to see what's going on. Woke AF, what is it with you kids and this nonsense about practical effects versus CGI? I'm not saying Gene Roddenberry wouldn't have used CGI, but I think the fact that he didn't, it gives actors... Most often, it gives them something to act against, to have something physical there. It creates a better sense of tangibility to a world. Like, even in good CGI, you can tell when something is CG, even if it's really, really good. This is a great example of I look up really quick. Last thing, because this is a perfect example of why like physical stuff can be so good. So good. 2D Siggy, you damn right. Practical effects are good. Spider-Man 2, Doc Ock's puppets. Doc Ock's arms were puppets in a lot of scenes. Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3. I'm gonna look up two things real quick. All right, we're gonna go with this. Because this is important now. And nope, not what I want. So this scene, this is a classic scene where arrows were actually shot at the actor. Like they are he has plate boards right here, but there are arrows shot in and around him. Like, it gives it such an amazing sense of believability. And Spider-Man's battle... God, Sam Raimi just had the sauce, man. Sam Raimi just had the sauce. And I want to show the Spider-Man battle because the way Sam Raimi had these two Power Ranger looking ass characters punching each other. It wasn't like today. Like today, this kind of battle, you would have CG stand-ins, you would cut quick between it. But he had actual characters in actual suits with rigs that would pull them back, slam them against a wall, like it was real stunt work. And it gives it this sense of believability as opposed to just watching like a PS4 character jump around a screen. Like you can tell from the lighting, from the direction, from everything moving that it's a real one. Like that's CG, you can tell.
Misery, 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 that's what you've chosen. I offered you friendship, and you spat in my face.
Physical props. See, that was a great example of the physical comedy. Watch him flip through the air. Real actor, no CG. I'm sure he's on probably a hip line that is allowing the stunt actor to flip through the air. And then immediately coming out of this flip into a punch. As the camera is pulling back. It gives it this, because you're following him as the character. You're following Green Goblin. And then it's pulling back to where the punch is going to land, giving it that kinetic force that makes you go, damn! See, like, all of this stuff is very much... And a lot of it, like, you can see... The thing I love about Sam Raimi movies is that you can see his style throughout. Like, honestly, that shot, like certain segments of Evil Dead. where it cuts out all other sound. All you can hear is the grunting, the fighting, the punching that gives it a lot more impact. It does make it look like playing a game. And it's like that is a great example. Like the Spider-Man movies are such a perfect example, and so is a lot of classic stuff, like I just showed Throne of Blood. Of what it feels like when a prop is real. You know, when it's different. Here's another great example. You show the this is not done with CG, and it looks awesome because of it. This is the Cronenberg classic Videodrome. A true, like, you want to see Sauce. Cronenberg in the 80s had the Sauce, where the man goes inside of a TV. All of this is done physically, by the way. What they did was they had balloons that they would inflate to give it this, like, breathing effect. And then it was a view screen that was actually being back projected onto that he put his face into. So knowing that, like, for example, how they did, you see the veins on there. The way that they did that, and I have the Criterion version of Videodrome, which is why I know this shit. The way that they did these veins was they would glue down the rest of it, except for these very specific pockets that when they pump the air into, they would pump additional air into those, so it would give it this, like, veiny effect. This is the kind of, like, texture that's lost. This is the magic of filmmaking. Like, you could do this shit with a special effects team. It'd probably be A, more expensive, B, you'd be able to tell it was CG. But with this stuff, you have people wondering, how the fuck did they do that? How did they do that? Effects there are so good. Yeah, no, I'm so glad. I loved Crimes of the Future. That was one of my favorite movies that year. And I'm very much looking forward to, like, Cronenberg can come out with anything. Cronenberg has a new one in the works, and then who else? It was, I think it was Raimi. No. Was it Lynch? No. Anywho, sorry, I got way off topic. I forget, this is what happens. I need to stop not preparing streams as much. I feel like the last 2 streams have been absolutely nightmares for everybody to watch. You're such a cinephile. I'd like to direct movies someday. I have, like, multiple scripts I've worked on. Oh, Diddums, I'm here for the topic. Well, I am... Yeah, no, like, and random sake, like, you can use CG to amazing effect. Like, don't get me wrong. But somebody earlier said, you know, talking about, like, why would you put... like, why would you think, like, Gene Roddenberry wouldn't use CG? And it's like, you can. But the fact that they didn't in those original Trek shows, like, it comes up, it forces the creatives to come up with creative solutions. And because of that, when it goes off, it just looks incredible. It looks incredible. Because I saw you were talking about the right-wing reaction, which I'm sure is a crappy reaction. Yeah, it's not great, WokeAF. It's been the reaction from the right-wingers has been pretty boring, honestly. It's been yeah. But I think I am also, it's 10 o'clock here. I have a cat that is very mad at me that she hasn't been fed. I am going to, let's see who is on good old Twitch right now. We've got USA Hole and Actual Jake. How much? Oh, Nightflyer Jen, thank you very much for following. Do we have any other Twitch people Any creators out there y'all like? Bye, everyone. Yeah, Hypno Amber, it's a cut and paste right-wing reaction. Like, it's... I wish... What I was hoping is that somebody... And this is... I know this is too much to hope for conservatives, but I was really hoping that they would... Somebody was going to watch and they would actually see Angel Dust. But they didn't. Kylie Kyria Thanatos. Let me look them up. I do not, but they're not live right now, I don't think. Yeah, it seems like it's pretty late for everybody. Oh yeah, Enzo Librarian. I don't think it's an either or thing, but like it can be good or bad, you know? And I'm just saying that like practical effect, like there's some good practical effects. All right, let's do actual Jake real quick. I think we did raid him yesterday. So that's a little... I always feel weird about doing that, but whatever. Let's go raid Jake real quick. And thank you all very much for sticking around through my bizarre tangents. I hope you all stick around for the raid. Go be nice. I am always so proud when I see people raiding and hanging out and saying hi and stuff. It makes me very happy. And oh, if you're on Patreon, go check out the new Discord. Our Dead